me make sure I turn off.
Ta-da!
I gotta go make sure
And
mute.
we are live. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the live stream of Getting Work Done. That's right.
Or that's what we call it.
That's what I'm calling right now. That's not what I tagged it as. No, no, no. I tagged that as like writing live or something like that. But yeah, so we're going to get done tonight. We're going to be here for about 4 hours. I think we can get a lot done in that window. So I'm not overly worried about it. Um, but yeah, so you're going to pretty much this month. I'm going to be streaming Thursday nights and planned to stream on Sunday nights as well. I probably will have to get a subscription to StreamYard for that because that's going to be a lot of hours because it's 4 hours on Thursdays and 4 hours on Sundays, but it's 1 hour difference. So
Because you only get 20 hours
they
for.
only give you 20 on the free account. So there's that. But that's okay too. Um, Let me just pull up my chat here so I can see people. RC, I see you. And Cool Gamer, as always, you are awesome. You're always here. Thank you, thank you.
I see.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. I am going to be doing a short story workshop for the AuthorTube Writer Conference, and I'm going to need a moderator for my channel to moderate for me doing my little. It's only like 20 minutes, so
Give RC a wrench.
yeah, I'm going to give him a wrench actually. Cool Gamer has a wrench, but this on a Sunday. Yeah, I think I'm on a Sunday. So it's earlier in the day though. It's like 11 EDT. So yeah, it's like 11:20 to 11:40. So I'm gonna need somebody to moderate my chat for me. So I have to have one. I
Um,
know you'll be getting ready for work. I know, but I'm just putting it out there for anybody who is a moderator on my channel. But RC, I just gave you a wrench, so you are now a moderator anyway because you're always here. So
could you tell me when I can be there?
okay, that's cool. I was going to ask you, but
Woo!
I didn't know if you wanted to do it or not. But I'm sure it'll be fine. You probably won't have to do much of anything because I don't really, I don't expect to get anybody's going to be a hassle or a problem. But
I'm gonna tell you right now. You say something I don't like, you out.
exactly, bye, bye. That's right. I'm giving
Like
you the
you
power.
out.
I'm giving you the power. Yup. She don't like you. You gone too.
I'm
Got it. Look, the RC's like, I have the power. That's right. That's right. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with her either. She gonna be in charge.
This was they,
So,
I don't. I gotta tell you two things. I gotta do
mm,
my RC song though, because every time I see RC come up, because I was brainwashed as a child, there was a commercial for the RC cola, which I used to actually drink RC cola,
I've drank that before when I was a
and
kid.
so it always come up me and my RC, and then I don't know if you noticed, but the Mandrell sisters. Oh my massage spot was wrong. The Mandrell sisters, the middle one, she had a song. She married a guy named RC, and people
Oh,
used to
really?
ask her all the time what the RC stands for. And she
Nice.
said, "You know what? I don't know." So she asked him. He said, "You know what? I don't know," because everybody always called me RC. So they had to pull his birth certificate just to find out that it don't stand for nothing. His name is literally RC.
Uh,
Letters. So she did an album and she put the RC cola symbol on the album, and she said, "Me and my RC," and
nice.
that will not leave my mind
That's
because
why he said he's heard it all. RC Cola, RC Racing. I've heard it all.
me and my
I bet
RC,
you did.
me and my RC, because what's good enough for other folks ain't good enough for me. And so I can't help every time I see the name come up, I just start singing the RC.
Look, RC's like, he's like, too bad the drink is gross.
It ain't that good, it ain't. But I used to drink it as a kid. It wasn't that bad as
I
a
mean, to kids, everything mostly tastes good, but
no, no, no. Coke tastes nasty now, and RC Cola, I don't know what they did to it.
I wouldn't know. I don't even drink soda. I think I haven't drank a soda since I was like, oh,
Well, they
my
changed the
20s.
Coca Cola formula since I
Well,
was.
they changed that. They take that crack out,
They
you know.
had to change it.
They
I
had to take that out. You know, it's
ain't,
illegal.
ain't no point
Mm.
now. But I always like Pepsi, even though Pepsi is sweet. I still like Pepsi. But that was the one
Look,
thing I
y'all, I'm about to channel Aphrodite. I had to show everybody. Look.
with the glasses.
Mm. Now, when I put my hair up in a bun, Might be one of them librarians that's up to no good. You know them types.
I do that every time I say I really got to work, and I can't stand my hair touching my face. But
Oh
I
my
gotta tell
goodness.
y'all this real quick, and I just want somebody to like y'all to hear me to make sure I'm not crazy.
Mm.
Now just do call for a little bit of math, but I'm gonna make the math simple as hell. I'm gonna use $10, okay?
Uh,
Okay. So I have a Patreon, and on
mm,
my Patreon, let's say every month I make $10,
mm-hmm,
right? Okay.
mm,
Now, because you have fees on Patreon, they take money out for that.
mm-hmm.
And I also, which they would take like $1 some change, it ain't a lot of money. But I also have other people I follow that I'm a patron for,
Yeah.
such
Mm-hmm.
as DL Tillery. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
like my only
saying?
patron.
So, of the $10 that I make every month, and y'all, I'm just using that as a number. As the $10 I make every month, $5 of that goes to fees and my other people that I patron.
Mm-hmm,
All
mm-hmm.
right, so how much money do I have left?
If you got
Five five
dollars.
dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
Now, if I made $5 in May, or not
Mm-hmm.
made, if I had $5 left in May,
Right.
right?
Right.
Still
Mm-hmm.
with me. And
Yeah.
then
We
I
still was.
decide not to withdraw the $5. I just leave it in because you
Mm-hmm.
do that.
You can. That's true.
I leave the $5 in, and I say, I'll wait till June.
Mm.
So June come around, I didn't add any more patrons, and I didn't start patronizing someone else. So when I made my $10, my
Mm.
normal $5 is deducted
Okay.
to
All
pay
right.
my fees and my patronages.
All right.
So I have $5 left, right?
Right. Sure. Yeah.
So if you have May and you earn $5, and June and you earn $5, how much money do I have?
You have $10.
$10, right?
True. True.
So I go in to go to my Patreon to withdraw my $10, and it's only $5. So I say, you're absent minded and old, so check to make sure you didn't withdraw it in May after all. So I go look, and sure enough, nope, didn't withdraw it. Haven't withdrawn anything since fucking April.
Hmm.
So there should be $10. So I contact Patreon, who I've never had trouble with, and I say to them, I'm having a problem because my money isn't right. I told them exactly what the problem was. But instead of them actually reading what I said, they send you that blanket statement on explaining to you your fees and your patron shit like that. So
Like you don't know by now. But okay.
and to throw salt into the wound after you turn the knife,
Right.
then explain to me how to withdraw the money. Now, something I've been doing for what, 5 years now?
Right. You can even set up automatic. So okay.
Yeah. So I wrote her back and said, I do not need you to explain to me how to withdraw the money because if you look at my fucking shit, you can see that I know how to do this.
I've
I,
been doing it for a minute.
I do not need for you to explain to me that some of the money that I made went to fees and my patronages because I've been doing that since before I had a goddamn Patreon account.
Right.
So
Mm.
what I'm saying to you is the money is wrong. So do you know what Patreon, you know what the bitch did? And I'm
Oh.
saying a bitch because it's a specific person, but I don't want to say her name. He sends me a screenshot of the money that I paid out.
Okay.
And I looked at it and I was like, Heifer, didn't I just fucking say that I know how what went out? The problem is
If you read the email, you would have saw that I had money left from last month and
so
this month, and
I
that should be
was
added.
trying to be nice the first two times.
But
Because
since you
when
think
you're
you
writing
trying to
shit, when you
shoot,
writing shit, things can be miscommunicated in words. I get it. She ain't
yeah,
hearing me say,
she
bitch.
didn't read that shit. That's
So
all.
I told her.
She didn't read it.
I wrote it back, and I don't know how I don't know how nice I was. I can't. See,
Probably not now.
I tend to not be nice when you make me mad. I'm sorry.
You start being
But I
stupid.
was like, and I didn't call her a bitch, but I'm like, bitch.
You was thinking it.
Yeah, I rarely call somebody a bitch. Like I had to
In
really
your head, you might call all kinds of motherfuckers
like
bitches.
bitch. And in my head I was going, stupid ass bitch, read the email. But I didn't say stupid ass bitch, read the email. I started after the thought. So stupid ass bitch, read what I said. So I did the same thing I just did with you, only I used the real money.
Right.
So I'm like, if I earned this and this is withdrawn, I would have this much in the account. If
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
withdraw that and it's still there, and then the following month, the same thing I just did with y'all. I said,
Yeah.
I said, by your math, I would only have $2.50
Yeah.
in 1 month, and then $2.50 the second month to justify fucking $5.
Yeah.
So I said, so what I need for you to do, rather than try to explain to me how Patreon works, and I did say that, what I need you to investigate why half my money is missing.
Yeah. That's what I
Because
want you to do.
last month I had $5 in there that
And
I
I
left
did not
in there,
withdraw.
and this month I had $5 that I left. I went to go take my $10, and only $5 was there. So do you
Exactly.
now understand what I'm asking you? Do not send me fucking screenshots of my account, which I was looking at when I sent you the fucking message. So now all of a sudden she haven't responded. Oh, she responded back real quick. Well, like I explained to you, you had bills and fees and this and the third. I was like, oh, bitch, you fucked up. I'm not the one. I was trying to be nice.
Oh man,
Bitch,
sorry.
you messed up. So now I got to figure out what the fuck is happening and when they gonna give me my money, because I don't want to
Yeah,
withdraw.
that's some kind of glitch on their part
And it's
because
good because they glitched the previous month and didn't pay none of my patrons.
yeah, because I know. I remember you said,
Right? Then I had to wait, and then I had to have the people who I was patronizing. I'm saying patronizing, but that's the wrong word.
I
I mean,
know.
technically it's the right word, but it's the wrong word. But the people who I support,
Yeah.
I had them all contact me. Did you get your money? Then people was coming to get it, got it. So it fucking went through. They can't act like,
Yeah,
oh,
it went through like
this
after
is
the fact.
from
That was their
something
fault.
else. This is from something else. And you
Hmm.
owe this. No. Well, I know how to math.
Yeah.
So I am hot right now.
Yeah, I know. And then yeah, people they
Hot.
don't want to admit when they wrong either. You know that.
Right, because I have patrons at the 25 and $15 level.
I
So
know.
how you going to tell me that? Because my patronages come out to be about $20 that I pay out that I support other people.
Yeah.
Right,
Hmm.
I make way more than $20. But
Right.
let's
Right.
but let's say I make $40. So
Hmm.
$20 of that is missing. Shouldn't $40 be in there if I ain't take it out for 2 months?
Exactly.
I'm not fucking crazy.
Yeah, they just messed up again, and then she tried to run her mouth, and then she finally heard what you said, and then she's like, "Oh, I better be
And that's the
quiet then."
thing. Answer the damn question. I
Well,
literally
she didn't read what you said. She only read like the first thing. It was like, "Oh," and they didn't read the rest of it. You know how people
Oh, and
skim
then you
things.
know what? And then said that frequently asked
You
question.
can't actually answer a
I'm
question if you
not
didn't read the question
The
in
question
full.
is where my money.
People just whatever. Oh, we
Oh,
got so 1 minute, and we're gonna do the first. Actually, it's already 15. My
I
computer
just
is
make
1 minute behind. I don't know why. It's stupid. I have no
it's
idea.
lagging a little bit, but it's fine.
And my computer, I don't know.
But I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
No, it's just them glitching up again, and it ain't the first time. But they should have just admit when they're wrong.
Or
Anyway,
just
yeah.
read it.
I'm just, well, people don't read. We both know that
I
people
really
don't
know
read.
out the details of what I just said to y'all.
Yeah,
So if your job is the part of this department, you should have been like, let me go see if there is a money issue before I start talking down to this woman and show her how to get the money out that she's been doing for 5 fucking years.
I know, but people they don't know what the heck they doing. We're gonna start with a 15-minute sprint just so we can get ourselves situated. Um, pull up your documents, get your stuff ready to go. If you manage to write something in that time, cool, cool. And then when we come back, we will chat for a few, and then we will jump on a long run of 30.
Oh, what did you say you were working on?
I'm working on finishing When the Night Cries, book one, which is book one in the Nana series, Children of Nana series. But I'm working on the outline first because when I wrote the first three chapters, I only partially outlined, so I have to finish the
Oh,
entire outline.
remember, yeah.
Yeah, so I wrote out like the whole thing, but I didn't outline it the way I usually outline. So I'm doing my usual outlining. So I had to actually go back through the 3 chapters that I did complete and then outline those into the outline and then finish doing the outline is the first thing I have to do. So I'm just going to work on the outline. I don't think I'm going to start writing any more chapters tonight, but I could because we do have 4 hours. So we'll see, but I do have to finish outlining. It'll probably take me the first hour, probably to outline the rest of it, or it could be longer because it's a full novel. So, all right, so let's go ahead and jump in on this 15, and then we will be back at 30, 6:30 my time, but 30 whatever your hour is. So, see ya in less than 15 minutes, but we'll see. I see you at 30. All right, get to writing. And that's time. Let me pull the banner down.
Oh dang it! I didn't even realize it. I didn't even start.
That's okay. It's only 15 minutes anyway
No,
to
I
get
started.
warmed up.
My son has offered to buy me some clothes, and
Oh, really?
I started. I was supposed to have been sent him the list, and I wound up looking at clothes again because something came up that I liked. I said, "Ooh, do y'all have more similar to that in my stuff?" And then you said it was time.
You funny. That is so funny. Well, anyone who pops in on the stream right now or on replay, and they're like, "Who are these people?" Because we didn't introduce ourselves. Because obviously you can read this. Let me stop. Um, but I'm author DL Tillery, and this is Aphrodite Lee, author Aphrodite Lee, and we're here to write all the things. I said that, but we didn't introduce ourselves. I'm like, you're on my channel. You know who I am. We're sprinting. No need to run over on that. But anyway,
Well, what you
hello,
got?
Sam.
What do you have going on that's new that we should know about, Author D.L. Tillery?
What do I have going on new? Oh, so many things constantly going on. But on my channel and on AuthorTube World, I have multiple things going on. I actually did a podcast with Laura Nettles recently, which she will be releasing at some point. It's a pre-record. We talked about horror and mental health and how horror helps. So we had a very interesting podcast on that subject, which I will be releasing on her channel at some point. Um, so I don't know when, but she will let me know. I did that recently. I also, like I said earlier, am part of I'm going to be presenting a workshop in the AuthorTube Writer Conference in July. So if you are interested in how to outline and how to structure a short story, then you need to be at my workshop. Also, I am doing these live streams. If you need to get work done, I'm going to be doing that for this month and then probably going to fall into July as well. Trying to get work done. So it'll be on Thursday nights at 6 EDT until 10, and then on Sunday nights at 5 p.m. EDT until 9. So if you want to get some work done, we'll be here during those times. And if you're talking about my writing stuff, so many things. Well, Fractals, still taking pre-orders for that. That comes out July 26th, so it's still a little ways away. I will be releasing a video probably over the weekend that is the contest for people who pre-order the ebook. They may get a physical copy free. They may also get some little goodies that I'm going to be giving away for people who pre-order. So it's a pre-order bonus that I will personally be sending out. Unfortunately, the physical stuff is for people within the United States, but we will have a digital gift as well for people who are not within the states who pre-order. So everyone who has pre-order and those who will pre-order will get something nice from me. And then I have
There's a video trailer for that too.
yeah, the trailer is on my channel and the announcement of the book cover is on my channel if you want to check that out. But I also have Cagliostro that's slated to come out in October, late October this year. Finally, it is in the hands of my editor currently. And then I have a short horror story that I recently submitted to Regina St. Clair. So if I do make it into that, it's another anthology that's supposed to come out this winter. So if I don't get accepted into that as spy, I will actually be releasing it solo. Even if I do get accepted, I'm planning to release it solo like I did with The Room Within and Fractals, which I will release that next year if I do get accepted in this. But if I don't get accepted, then I'll be releasing it sooner than that. And then I have a short poetry collection that's supposed to come out near the end of summer that I've been working on for a little bit. So I'll be releasing that on Amazon paperback and ebook. And tonight I'm working on the one other horror series that I have that the first book should be out in winter. So I'm working on it now, but then it has to go through all of the other stages before it's released. So yeah, that's all craziness I have going on right now. But I did already complete the projects which was with Aphrodite Lee. for the first time me writing and publishing erotica. I have written it on the side for fun before, but this is the first time that it'll be out to the public under my other pen name, Lavinia Hart. So
Love
the
your
yeah,
heart.
yeah, so I can't really wait to see those in print. So that's going to be fun for me. One of my other pens are going to see the light of day. So anyway, what do you have going on, Aphrodite?
Well, like you mentioned, there's going to be the first AuthorTube erotica, anthology, and I always feel like I need to now point this out because before I didn't think it was a thing, but this will only be my second erotica. For some
Right?
reason,
You're really
people
good at
are
it too.
impressed
Very good.
that I write erotica, and I don't. I write paranormal fantasy. But I wrote an erotica kind of not as a joke, but like not a dare, but more like something I thought it'd be a test, and I wouldn't have cared if it wasn't successful. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I still wanted it to be good, but I was like, I don't write erotica, so I wasn't worried if this erotica tale that I wrote was
Right.
a success, and then it turned out to be a success.
Right. You were like,
So
what?
now people think like that's what I do, and I have a rep now. So I was like, I'm gonna lean into it because I definitely had fun writing it,
Yeah,
and
it's amazing. It was good.
I read tons of it. So it wasn't
Right.
like I didn't know about the genre, but I didn't write it. So now I'm writing my next. Not writing. I wrote. It's done already. It's finished. Um, a story for the anthology, and I so other than that, and I'm orchestrating all that stuff too. So it's hard for me to kind of like I have somebody helping me, or I have two somebody's helping me, but it's still like 90 me and then 10 them. So a lot
Yeah.
falls on me before they even get to see it. So
Yeah.
I'm doing that, which is fun. Do not misunderstand me. It's just
Work
a
is work,
lot
but
of
it's fun
work.
work.
It's a lot of work because now because everybody's story is in, I got to start looking for editors and stuff like that. While we're currently in beta phase, so
Yeah.
anybody who wants to be a reader for this, you can be, but please know that it is erotica and it's like heat levels from one flame to five flames. Trust me, I've been hearing a lot about a particular story that's like five flames, eight flames, or whatever people are saying. I haven't read it yet because I didn't want to be biased to anyone's tales.
Yeah.
So I have that going on, and then I have filming. I have two short films that I'm working on. And by working on one is completely almost ready. We're just trying to get the location, and the
Yep.
other one is in pre-production.
Yep.
So that's going on, and I feel like my head is gonna pop. Other than that, I'm doing what I always do, and that is writing.
Yeah.
I have two stories I can't wait for y'all to get. I think the reason why I'm chomping at the bit on these is because they're in my genre of choice. They're my paranormal world, my
Right. Yeah.
fantasy world. I can't wait for you guys to get them. And if you want to be a beta reader for that too, you just have to contact me because I'm writing both of them at the same time.
That's right. You know it.
Well, let me take that back. They're both like 80% done, so I'm finishing them both at the same time.
Yeah, we see. We're both very busy with all the things. We got a lot of things going on, as you can clearly see.
Yeah,
So
and I'm
yes.
tired. Like when I get that last one done, whatever's left of the year, I'm taking it off.
Yep.
I don't care if it's December 25th.
I
From
feel it.
December 24th, and I'm not looking at nobody.
Soul Riders. I finished drafting chapter 10 to book 4 and then worked on this video's draft. Nice.
What?
Keep pushing it out. We ready to start next sprint, so you gotta get some more work done. She's an English teacher looking to do some summer editing and beta reading. Just saying, laugh out loud.
I'm just saying, Jenna. I have not read everyone's stories, but the feedback that I'm getting from the betas who are now reading it, there's a couple of them that's just spicy on top of spice. So just be prepared for that. I will
Yeah,
be,
and it's actually pretty difficult to find people who do editing for erotica,
yeah. So
which is like, what? It's work. What's the
now,
problem?
Jenna, please hit me up on Facebook and send me your email because I will utilize your sis.
Right.
I'm
Really
just
though.
saying, just be ready. I mean, some of it is graphic, some is poetic stuff,
Hmm.
and some is graphic.
Well, you know, if I'm in there, there might be some erotic
Yeah,
horror
oh yeah, and
possibly.
I forgot to thanks for saying that. Some of okay, so the
We
premise
have subgenres, you know.
the premise of the book is your main genre was erotica, but you had to have a sub genre that people can distinguish, and that could be anything from steampunk to horror. So I'm just telling you that too. So you don't know.
Mhm.
I know with certain people you get in horror. I ain't gonna say her name because you know she can hear me. But mine is Western. It's a
Which
period.
is awesome,
It's
like
a
awesome.
period
Yeah,
piece. Okay,
that's
so you
awesome.
don't know what you're gonna get, but it's definitely gonna be erotica. So if you have qualms,
Yeah.
you gotta say something.
Right though.
I don't. I don't. I don't judge. I'm just saying if you get qualms, you gotta say something. But yes, if you want to come on board, I would love to have
Yeah, I just didn't know that was a thing before I found out that there were like editors that be like, yeah, I don't edit erotica. I was like, what?
I was having such a hard time with that. Like, oh no,
I just didn't know. I just thought like, I'm not an editor obviously, but I know that some editors do editing based to genre, but I thought it was just because that's what they are, used to because of course the writing styles that go along with genres as well. There's genre writing styles as well. So I thought it was more keen because of that. I wasn't aware of because they like I don't read erotica, so I will not be editing erotica, which I understand to a point because of course, you have to read it to edit it, but it's like it's your job. Like it's your job. So they're like, well, still like, but yeah, it's books. It's not like you just going to your job and all of a sudden you doing a job that a desk job and all of a sudden they like, here, I need you to do this porno. That's not they're trying to act like it's similar to that, like it's a different type of job that they got thrown at them, but they're still editing
somebody
books. So I
actually
don't
said that to me too.
get
They
it.
were like when I was going around looking, they were like, "Oh well, I don't do porn." I said, "I don't do porn either."
That's not erotica isn't
And
porn first of
pornography
all.
is
Okay.
something that you watch.
Thank you.
Erotica is something
You
that
still would have to imagine it. It's written word. You still would have to imagine it. So who are you trying to call pervert? Like you still have to imagine in your head. So either way, that's just how that works. So I don't know where they get that from. It's not the same thing whatsoever.
Oh,
Um,
Jenna, I thought we were already friends on Facebook. Okay, I'll,
you
I'll go switch back to that after the break. But
Like
yeah,
like Sam said, ooh, Western erotica.
it
Yes, I
was.
know, right? You don't even know, Sam. You don't even know. Like her story is what. Listen, I can't with her.
I was tame compared to what I'm hearing notes on.
Well, I'm just saying the story is so good, and then the whole premise of it is really good. But before we even get into like the whole goodies part, but like it's good before that. I'm like Jackie Chan. I like the ones with stories.
Yeah, right.
He's funny. He said that. See, the erotica is the better movie because it's in the imagination level.
And you know what? And the one thing that was making me so discouraged, there is a lot of erotica out there. Somebody's editing it. I
Yeah.
hope. So I don't understand what the. I understand if you say you don't want to do it. I do understand that, but I
Mm.
don't understand why it's so many people are like turning their back to me. Like, really?
Like against the type of
It's,
thing.
are you are you putting it down? I mean, people have sex. The majority of the animal kingdom has sex.
Every being
I,
does.
I
So.
really don't get it, and I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked.
Yeah, I just thought it was weird. It was a weird thing to me when I found it out. So I'm just saying. Anyway, all right. So we're gonna jump on our next sprint. I said we're gonna do a 30 this time. We are at 45. So let me put a banner up here so you know when to come back. It'll be like a 7:15 when we will come back. So let me put a 15 marker up here real quick. Ooh, la, la, la.
What time? How much time do we have?
I'm gonna do a 30.
Okay, that'll make me get my outline done for the workbook. I mean the employee handbook type book.
Yeah. Oh, 15. All right, so in my hour to be 7:15. For everyone else, whatever your hour is, 15. So that's when you'll be back here. And let's get to writing. See you at 7:15 or whatever your hour is. And that's time. Welcome back. We're back and all those things. Ding, 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 and all that stuff. Um, Let me pull the banner down. I was a minute late because my computer side is wrong for some reason. The awesome Dahlia D dropped in to say hi to everyone. She can't join us tonight on the live because she is having dinner with her daughter. Scholarship dinner. Amazing. Congrats. Hello, Brandon. Thanks for joining us. We just got off of our sprint, so we are back. I don't know where Aphrodite is yet, but she is muted, so she might be back in a minute. Let me know what you're working on if you are sprinting with us tonight.
Just give me a second.
You good? Let us know what you're working on if you are sprinting with us tonight at all or plan to. I am working on When the Night Cries. Finally finishing the outline for that so I can get it completed, which I plan to have it completed during this month of June's sprints. So I plan to be sprinting again for those who have just joined on Thursday nights at 6 EDT until 10 EDT, and then on Sundays at 5 p.m. EDT until 9 EDT. So keep a lookout for those streams if you would like to get some work done. I am outlining currently, so I am in Act 2 of my outline right now. So I usually have 3 acts. That's the beginning, middle, and the end. So this is a horror novel, first book in the series, which the series has 5 books. So I plan to release this in winter, rather than be winter 22 or winter 23, but I'm thinking probably winter 23 right now. And it is a part of the Cagliostro universe, I will say, which is my debut novel, which will be coming out in late October. And hello, Sailor Twilight. Thanks for joining. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Hopefully, we're all having a good evening. We'll chat for a few minutes and then we'll jump on 8th.
I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, you good?
Let me tell you this real quick. My god sister Shawnee,
Yeah.
she got hacked.
She got what?
She got hacked, like major league hacked.
Uh-oh. That's no fun.
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know if you get a message from Shawnee's or as a new person to change the name to Aaron Johnson, do not talk to them. So far, he's been trying to get video messages to my nieces.
Oh.
Yeah. So
no.
I can't say on YouTube what I've been doing, but he picked the wrong one.
Yeah, really though. I don't know why people with the hacking thing did. I swear.
Yeah, when you go to Facebook and you see Eric Jensen instead of Shawnee's, because he's using her picture still too.
What?
Yep, he have access to all her friends, and I didn't block him yet because I went to her back.
Yeah, I know you.
So I might have said a couple things about somebody having a micro penis.
Yeah, I'm sure you did say that actually. Brandon said, I am currently writing a YA romance. I barely started writing it. Writing the first chapter is always the hardest part for me. That can be the hardest part. Are you a pantser, a plantser, or a planner? That's always something I like to ask people when they say that the first chapter is hard to write. Being that if you outline or not is what I'm asking. Even though some plantsers do outline partially because they are in between the planner and a pantser. Pantsers just sit down and write what comes, even if that's like, idea based. I once was a pantser when I was a teenager, but I switched over to a planner in my later years and got more books completed that way. Made the start a lot easier with that, but not everybody is a planner. So that's why I asked. So let me know in the comments if you are one of those.
Starting? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, currently writing YA romance. I barely started writing it. Writing the first chapter is always the hardest part for me. Yeah, that's why I was interested. I'm always interested.
I'm gonna tell you a trick because that used to be a thing for me too. Don't write the first chapter. Then write a part that is sitting in your brain. That's like, ooh, this particular scene
Yep.
where they went to the blah blah blah. Write that.
Yeah, you don't have to always write the
The thing is,
first
get
start.
something down. Get something down. You can write. Go back and write that chat. Oh my, never mind.
Yeah, right though.
I'm sorry, my nieces are writing me back, laughing at me because of some of the shit I wrote. But
Yeah, of
yeah,
course they are.
do that because whenever you feel quote unquote blocked, never try to beat the block down. Just go around it and do something different.
Yeah, that's always good to do.
Never let because people say, "Oh, I'm staring at a blank page." Then don't let it be blank. If you
Write a
literally
scene that you thought of. Then
in a mood where you're just looking at it and you do not know what to write, then rewrite Little Red Riding Hood.
yep, something.
Something. Write something that you do know and get that out. And don't just tell it. Tell it in a groovy way. Just have a good old time with it because that will get the juices flowing. Trust mama.
Yeah,
Trust me.
it's like a slight step away, and it gives you
And it,
perspective.
and it plus it tricks your brain into
Mm,
writing. And the
it
cool
does.
thing is if you have an idea for the story,
Hmm.
then write the idea.
All the
I
ideas.
don't care if each sentence starts with, and then they went over to here, and then they opened the door, and then she said, you know what, I don't want to do this. And then he, no matter how awful it is, write it.
Yeah,
Because
I always tell everybody this stuff. Like always.
that will lead you into
Mm,
doing some more stuff.
yeah, no, that's
Trust
all
me.
right.
Just trust me. Don't let that first chapter get
Mm,
you. There has been plenty of times when my first chapter didn't get written until I was in the middle of the book. As a matter of fact, my story Shattered did not start off with her at the bus stop like it does now. It started off with her in English class.
yeah,
You don't even get mentions of that kind of stuff in the book if you read the book now.
these are facts. Sailor Twilight said tonight I'm filling out applications. Sadly, not working on my book, though I may work on it during some of the sprints. Hey, get it done. You know, I can say, you know. Hi, Bonnie. Hey, everyone. Joined mid sprint. Thank you. Thanks for hosting these. You got it. I'm working on a freelance writing gig tonight. Oh, cool. I need 3,000 words done tonight. Nice. You'll get it here because we do 30-minute sprints most of the time. So we're going to chat for a few more minutes, and I'm gonna check the rest of this chat, and we're gonna do another 30. So boom, 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 knock it out.
And maybe I'll actually get to work.
Maybe. Uh,
I'm
Jenna
not
said dinner
going
sort of
to.
finally. That's good. Get dinner in. I need to get that in sometime tonight.
Oh no, you know what I did, Danny?
Mm-hmm.
I knew I was going to be on here for a long time. So before I logged on, I said eat. So I ate a whole meal. Aren't you proud of me?
I am proud of you because you actually remember to eat this time. You actually remember to eat. Uh, Bonnie said, I wrote the last chapter first on my current work in progress because the ending is what inspired the whole book. Oh. Brandon said, that's a good idea. I do know how I want the inciting incident to happen. I might write that first. Yeah, go for it.
See, girl, you already have
Yeah.
your answer.
Yep.
And it
Um,
doesn't have to be the most
I am a pantser. I tried planning and it stressed me out.
who said that.
It's not for everybody. Brandon, the same person. I would say that it's not for everybody. Planning is not for everyone, and that could definitely stress some people out. That's why there are three different types of. Well, there's more than that, but that's the
Yeah.
basic ones that they say. But yeah, like whatever works for you is the key to know what works for you. Because pantsing works for a lot of people. Planting works for some others, and planning
I
works for
hate
others.
those terms so much.
I know. I don't know really why they came up with those.
I do
The
like
planner one is pretty obvious. You know what I'm saying?
if
That's pretty
you're
obvious. You're a
you're
planner.
a
You're planning
planner
out
or
everything.
you're a discovery writer.
Yeah. So that, I mean, I get what they're saying with them, but I'm not sure. I mean,
And
I'm
I
just
fly by
saying.
my pants. And I don't think any writer
Pants.
flies by the seat of their pants. Like
I don't
I
even
don't like
know.
pants.
So twice I'm a bit of a plantser myself. Yeah, I used to be a plantser too. I was in between a pantser and a planner, and I would do some planning and I would do more writing than the planning. And I didn't have stuff done. But when I did that, I just did not finish books all the way. When I first decided to do planning and try planning, and then worked in and found my own way of doing things, then planner fit for me. I mean, I always planned everything else in my life. I scheduled everything always.
And it got done.
So it got done. I actually finished my first novel, and I finished multiple short stories because I outline my short stories as well now. And yeah, I finished
Yeah, I
two
was
short stories within a couple weeks of each other recently, and then I finished a third one right after that, and
see,
I'm
I
working on
think
a full novel now.
people get caught up, and I keep telling people this is because whatever picture is that you put in your mind that planning is probably wrong.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, it's strange. People take
there
it
are
wrong. I think they
people
think like, oh man, I gotta follow this. That's not really how that is. Like now when I do a outline, I don't it changes. An outline, my outlines are skeletal.
Brayden, hit me up on Facebook. Brayden, if you I'm Aphrodite Lee on Facebook. Actually, I think I'm Aphrodite Hope Lee on Facebook, I believe. Find me on Facebook, hit me up, and I will show you some tricks. Trust me.
Yeah, there's all
Because
kinds of tricks.
again, there are people who think that planning is basically writing the book first and then rewriting it. And I will show you a trick to get it out. Trust me.
Yep.
And if it doesn't work for you, then it doesn't work for you.
Yeah,
But
because it's just like
trust
some you might not have just found your way to
right.
plan yet, and sometimes when you find your way to plan, then you be like, oh, okay, well this works for me now. So yeah, sales wise, I make a skeleton slash outline with the basic just of my story, and then I fill it out as I go. I mean, technically, that's what an outline is. It's not what DL, the other DL, thinks an outline is. My boy, he really just like he goes to town.
Since
He
he
makes
ain't,
synopsis.
we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about him since he ain't here. We talk about
Yeah,
behind his back.
he did.
That's no right. He'll tell you, "Oh, I have an outline," and what his outline consists of, whatever his chapter is, he do a breakdown when he's telling the story of the chapter, and it's
Like the whole thing. Like
no,
his I think his
and he
basic
writes
outline was
synopsis.
like I don't know 27,000 words or something.
Yeah, and he writes synopsis, and again, that is not wrong,
It's
and
not wrong, but that's DL way. I'm explaining
process.
two different ways that can happen, so you can
But that's
totally do
not
it different.
an outline, my friend. That is a
But it's not. I told him, I said, my boy, that's not. But he seems to think it is. But hey, it works for him though. He gets his books done, so I'm not gonna say much about it. But I mean, I don't do that. I kind of like, I have scene based outlines. Like I have a chapter based. It's act based. It's act 1, 2, and 3. Then it's chapters that are in the acts, and then I have it alphabetized to the scene until it switches over to numbers if it's that long. And then each scene that's it, and the scene is written bare minimum, and it's sometimes is multiplied into multiple scenes in that one scene, but I consider it a scene as in what I made. It is different per outline, but that's pretty much my layout, and that's skeletal for me because I'm not going to give the details. And as I make that outline blueprint, I call it, of my book, then when I write it, that's just the basis of that thing. That whole entire scene is going to be way detailed, not what you see in that outline. Like a person could look at my outline, they will not be able to write my story. They can write my story or write it the way they're going to write it, but they're not going to write it the way I'm going to write it from that
if you're
outline.
looking at my outline, you're not gonna be able to write no story.
Yeah, you can write a story,
I'm
but you
telling you
can't
right
write.
now that because
You won't be able to write my story.
see, this is what I do. I don't separate it or nothing. I picture the first scene in the story, and if the first scene is my character at the bus stop waiting for the bus because she's on her way to school, I will write the numeral one and write bus stop. And you know why?
See, Aphrodite got super
Because
skeletal, and mine isn't that skeletal.
I know all the rest that goes with me just writing bus stop.
Yeah, see that we all
And
know
it's
what
still
we're going to do with it, so that's why it's different for everybody.
pages. So then the next one was like principal's office. I know everything that's happening there. I don't have to write the details of it, but I put it that in the outline because I know that's what happened next.
And that's how we, the differences between writers and their outlines. Like one scene for me, now I know there's going to be a lot more details in the scene, but when I write a scene, something like I put they fight, Angelica gives chase, Angelica runs away, young Day gives chase, follows her sent into the woods. That's all I have there, but that whole entire thing is probably like how many pages? I don't know. So the whole time details aren't there as how it occurs, how it ends, what happens in between or anything like that. So from that you don't even know, but I know. So
Whenever
that's how
whenever
outline
the
works.
scene changes, I put a new sentence.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that because my
My
shit would be a
sentences
million hours.
are never more than 5 words. If
Yeah,
I
see, that's
need
why
more
I
than
like
five
saying that
words,
we all do them differently.
but I'm just saying, if I need more than 5 words to know what that scene is, then I break that scene
Yeah,
up.
you can break it. That's why
It's
like
just
what I'm
that
saying.
simple.
Like you
So
can
don't
break
kill yourself. Is
basically
the
as
point?
soon as the scene changes, you would change the scene, but that's not what I do. I don't do that. I kind of do it like based to it gives me a knowledge and window into what I probably want to do because usually when I do my outlines, my first outline is done before anything is written besides the ideas and the notes that start the whole thing for the book.
Right.
But then with mine, especially with this book, like I said, it might change per book. It depends, but my layout's the same. But I don't really want a million different scenes broke down, even though technically if you took my outline and broke down each section, you could turn all those into different scenes because the scene in the book more than
You
likely
only need
change.
to write what you need to write. That's just that simple.
But that's why I said everybody's outlines are going to look different.
And they
So if
should.
you get advice from a writer about outlining, guarantee you it's going to be different every time you talk to a writer about outlining. And the thing is about that is you can take what works for you from what they say and make your own way of outlining. But as long as it gets your book done, that's all there is
You should
to
see
it,
how my
really.
professor outlined. Like I would look at that and go, "What?"
Yeah, well,
It was the most bizarre thing. But here you go. I'm looking at it and I'm going, "Well, I kind of like where
oh,
you
we need
went
to start out next sprint too.
with the 3 acts, but I can't do this. I got to do this." So, and I expanded upon it to something that worked for me, and that's how I came up with how I
Yep,
do it.
that's what I was saying. Everybody, you kind of have
But
to take it if you're going to take
listen to
advice.
people, but remember, ain't nobody got the formula, and ain't nothing. Nobody's way is the right way.
There is no right way. There's your way for writing. Sailor
You can
Twilight says
upgrade and hit
sometimes,
me.
huh?
Celebrating and hit me up on Facebook.
Oh yeah. Sailor Twilight says sometimes my characters change stuff on me. That's true. That's exactly what
They will do
happened.
that shit to you. They will make
Um,
you look like a fool.
Rain said I just read the description for Fractals and it sounds amazing. Thank you. I hope you pick it up. And so oh, thank you about my hair. Thanks. Yeah, I like the blonde. Sometimes I'm in the mood to be blonde, so I just become blonde. Um, all right, so we're gonna go ahead and start our next sprint. Let me get the banner ready. We're gonna do another 30 minutes, so that means we are at about 35. So we're going to come back at 8:05. So I'm gonna make one for that.
8:05. What time is it?
Yeah, so whatever your hour is, wherever you are, 05. So top of the hour, a little running over it, but at the
Okay.
top
You
of the
guys leave
hour.
me alone. Tell the people leave me alone, please.
And sprint.
I'm
Do
an
that
microphone.
at 05. So another 30 minute. And there is the banner for you. And I will see you in 30. And we're back. That is time. All right, let's pull this banner down. Let me know how you all did. Those who are working on something. I managed to finish outlining Act Two, and I'm on to Act Three now.
I was about to say no comment, but I was actually kind of working because I didn't.
Hmm.
My head hurt, so I didn't want to try to pull up the research that I did. So I just went to my story and just started reading it,
Hmm.
and then I'll go back to actual work because I don't need to work on the story. I'm
Yeah.
trying to give my eyes a break, so I'm letting the computer talk to me.
Of course. Yeah. And that's always good. I actually like using the computer to read to me because I actually catch things when I'm doing like my edits. That's one of my edit sessions where I have the computer read to me because then I can hear if
Yeah,
there's like.
I caught a big ass mistake too because
Mm,
in the first act, I think it's in the first act,
mm,
where I had mentioned one of my characters, Sean Luke, the crazy one, that he had bright eyes and dark hair, but he doesn't. He has light hair.
right.
I
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
know. I don't even know how I made a mistake and wrote that because he's like basically like think of him like the sun, like he's bright, he's the sky.
Yeah.
He has like the light hair and the light eyes,
Mm.
and it's a dark hair, literally it's a
You
dark.
was like, whoops.
So I said, that's all right. I fixed it. And then, and it's corrected everywhere else. So,
Yeah. So it's just a slip up on the one.
so I'm like, what was I thinking? That didn't even cook. Like, that wasn't even a typo. That was a whole wrong word.
That happens. You know, it happens.
Oh, somebody will definitely point that shit out. So I,
Yeah. They be like, what happened?
but that's what you want them to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait a minute, he had dark eyes in chapter one.
Yeah. I always like try
Now,
to
how come his eyes
make
loud?
variants of that. Hmm. I had to check that over in Kali so many times because of how I do descriptors, and also because it had a revision and some of the characters looks changed,
Yeah,
or it's like their eye color. So I had to when I did the revision, I had to make sure, and a few slip ups in there. But I caught them. I mean, I've been over that so many times. You know what I mean?
you know
So,
what? The reason why I probably made
oh,
that
look at Bonnie had a good sprint, got 730 words done. Good job.
because the character, the person I had cast like as my little representative of him
Mm.
is Jared Leto.
Oh, okay.
Jared Leto has dark hair,
Yes. True.
but the character doesn't actually have dark hair.
Yeah, I guess you.
So it's probably what I did. That's the only thing I can think of. Because
More than likely. Yeah, more than likely that's what happened. Yep. That's probably exactly what happened. So, if anybody else worked on anything, let me know in the chat and I'll check it. Check your post. But yeah, so we'll a few more minutes and then we'll jump on our next front. I got my older brother addicted to K dramas too now. So that's all he watches as well now. Like
they're
it's
addicted.
contagious.
I sat one day and I just couldn't even go to sleep because I had to watch every episode of one.
Yeah, I binge watch. I'm a binger. So usually if I start a series, I finish it within like depends on how long it is. And yeah, usually 2 days. I'm really sad that I binge watched them, but it's the perfect thing to do in bed though.
I'm a rewatch Boys Over Flowers.
I love Boys Over Flowers. I've watched that multiple times. There's
Absolutely
two versions of Boys Over
one of
Flowers.
my
So.
favorite ones. Yeah, there's
Lee Minho is like one of my favorite actors.
more
So
than
I
more
love
than
that
two,
one.
but it's two Korean versions, and
There
there's
is two Korean versions.
there's a Japanese version.
I've seen all of them.
I friggin' love that damn K drama.
There is a Chinese version, but it's called something else. It's not called. It's not called that. It's called something Meteor. It's like Meteor
It's
Garden or
called
something
Media
like that.
God. It's
Yeah,
on
I've seen
Netflix.
that too. Yeah, I've seen that
It
too.
sure is because I used the picture from Media Garden as one of my inspirations for another story. Yeah, because yeah,
It's so many good K dramas. I've watched so many. Someone asked me, I've probably seen it. Probably seen it. But I have a app I pay for, Viki,
mm,
and I can watch any. And also it's a website that I go on called Drama Cool for stuff I can't get because it's not like easy to get to. And then I have, Netflix, and Netflix has abundance of them, but most of them I had seen already, unless it was a Netflix like exclusive or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of Lee Min-ho's new one, his new one is actually only on Apple TV, which I do not have a subscription to,
I'm
which they're
about to
keeping.
get Apple TV. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, listen, what I'm doing is
I,
I'm waiting for it to finish. Then I'm going to get Apple TV because Apple TV is free for like 5 days.
something like
I'm
that.
gonna get Apple TV and I'm gonna binge it because I'm a binger. But I don't want Apple TV because I only like Apple stuff. But
I don't either. But here's the
I
thing.
don't feel like getting another subscription. I already got too many.
So I was saying that too, but they got me because there's
No,
so many things on Apple I want to watch.
I'm sure that well, it's probably
So,
not for me unless it's a K drama. I ain't watching. I'll watch Western TV. So
so girl,
I'm not interested in none of that. Somebody told me about Obi-Wan, the new Star Wars show that's on Disney Plus. I think it is.
yeah.
I think it's on Disney Plus. And I'm like, I used to be a Star Wars fan. I'm not anymore. And he was like, well, it's like the old ones and Obi-Wan. I was like, I don't trust it. It's Western and they just fuck everything up nowadays. And I was like, okay, well, somebody I know looked at some of it and they told me it was like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, it doesn't. It don't even matter because like you like it or it's one of those things you like or you don't like.
Yeah, but unfortunately, with Star Wars, it's going to be more history based. And if you're a fan of Star Wars and you read all the things and they're redoing, like they're not remaking it supposedly, but some of the things since they're making it into a show, they're ad living some things. They changing some things. It's like Obi-Wan didn't know that Anakin was Darth Vader, and that's incorrect. He knew he was Darth Vader because fucking Yoda told him, and he cut his arm and his leg off. Like he's the one who cut him up like that. So then he was like, he found out he's Darth Vader way before he ever fought him as Darth Vader. Later on, when he kills him, and so it's like, oh, he didn't know he was Darth Vader. I'm like, correct. Of course, nobody who's like, if you're new Star Wars fans, you won't know that shit, so you won't be phased by it. Or if you're not into Star Wars and you're just getting into it, you won't know the difference.
But
But
to me, it
yeah,
don't bother me no matter what. 'Cause
yeah. No, unfortunately, it bothers me.
I know,
But
but
I dropped it a long time ago. I dropped it as soon as Disney bought it. I was like, yeah, nope, I'm done.
I never care about how people tell stories. I never did.
I do. I do when it's somebody else's though.
Like if it, I'm trying to think of something that I love, like a book I love. Like I can't even think of one now right now.
I mean, it's fine if
That's
it
like
doesn't
I
matter how the
don't even
story's
have
told, but like somebody else's shit and you telling it different, nope.
I
I have a
don't.
problem with that shit.
I don't. I really don't.
I
I,
know.
I've been kind of. I really believe like if I let's say for instance I read. I can't even think of anything that I've done. Pretend like I'm just reading Cinderella for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And if I read Cinderella, and then I said, you know what, I love this. I got to make this into a movie. I would make it into a movie. It would be my interpretation of Cinderella.
Well, I mean, Cinderella's a
So,
little
but I can't.
different
But what I'm trying to say
than that.
is that there's 5011 people gonna hit me up and be like, "That's not what really happened," or "That's not how it was in the
I
book."
mean, good luck with fairy tales,
It's
though.
always gonna be something when you move from one thing to the other or another person to a
Yeah,
different.
well, that's
Lucas,
true enough. But
people jumped on Lucas for his own shit.
well, that's where you're going to draw a line with me with that. Because if the writer of the thing says this happened, rather they said it later, and you as the reader just found out, you can't argue with the creator. Shut your mouth.
Even if they change something, you
It
can't.
don't matter if they created it; it's theirs. They can do what the fuck they want.
That's why I don't get up now. I might watch it and go, "Ooh, I don't like that," but
I just want to
I
watch
don't
it.
care. Like
I mean, when I don't care, I just
people
don't
like
get involved. That's me though. But like, people act like you don't have a right to be like annoyed with it. Yes, the fuck I do, and I
you
can if
got
I
to
want to.
feel however the fuck you
Exactly. But people are like, whoa, don't watch. I'm like, you don't have to worry about that because I'm not. When I let something go, I let it go. Like I don't go back. I've never been a go backer. I don't do that. Like when I left a job, I don't go back. When I broke up with someone, I don't go back. I've never been like, oh, I broke up with this person and I went back to. That don't happen. because I broke up with you because I didn't like something about you. So bye. So
No,
there's no
this
going
is the
back.
answer. This is the answer. I broke up with you for a reason.
Exactly. So that's the case with me with everything. When I didn't like what they did with Star Wars, it is mostly because of the disrespect that Disney showed to the writers of Star Wars. I was like, well, fuck them. Excuse my French. But I was like, I'm done with them since they want to say that none of the books are canon because they really didn't want to pay money to the writers that wrote those stories
Took
because of
place with
royalty
Star
things. We
Trek,
all know it was money.
not Star Wars, but Star Trek. They took Star Trek, and in order to get out of worrying about it being canon,
Hmm.
they did a whole altogether different like that's the Kelvin universe, and this is the blah 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 universe.
Of course.
And
I mean,
so
there's a way, but
everybody lost their minds, and I was
I'm
like,
sure they
I,
did.
I don't care. Like I don't like. I really don't care. Like
I'm
I
laughing at
enjoyed
you.
the whole thing that they did with it because I was watching. I was like, oh, horror did not do that. Then I had to remind myself, oh yeah, that's right.
I mean, Star Trek has always been like, you know, it's always a different, like, you know, leader of a ship. Like, there's always somebody different, and I don't know. I was always a Star Trek fan as well, but I kind of like Star
I
Trek is
love
a little bit
Star
different for
Trek.
me.
I
Like,
love
so I they
Star
didn't
Trek.
really have to worry about that happening with Star Trek because the way Star Trek was always made and Star Wars was a little bit different. So it was kind of Star Trek always started and ended, even though the history of the other captains would be in some of the other stories of these captains and their ships, but it wasn't impeding to the point that you be like, oh, I can't like, you have this captain and this ship and this series and blah blah blah, but it wasn't impeding. With Star Wars, it was too interconnected for them to be like, somebody came in, bought the rights and changed shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of a little different.
But yeah, it's different, but it's still connected because when you have James Kirk, you have James Kirk in a different century than you have like Jean Luc Picard.
Well,
But
of course.
but
That's why I
James
said it's
Kirk,
connected through the history,
but
but it's
James
like,
Kirk is part of Jean Luc's history, so they
yeah.
still had to be careful with that, which they
Yeah,
did.
they were fine with it, but it's just like if somebody else had came up and like purchased Star Trek
But then you
like
have like
rights or some
you have
shit.
Deep
But
Space Nine and you have Voyager and Generations all
yeah,
have
I've seen all of them.
time.
Yeah,
But it's like you at your house living your life and I'm at my house living
exactly, and they could do that because of whole space and
my
stuff and time and the way that works. They could
time.
all be happening
But
simultaneously.
honestly, when they did the movies, not the original movies
Mm-hmm.
with let me say original, not the Jim Kirk movies that they
Yeah.
did into the Jean Luc Picard movies, not
Mm-hmm.
those. But now when
Mm-hmm.
they have the Chris Pine, who is Jim Kirk,
Right.
they started doing those, they deviated. And
Yeah.
everybody lost their minds. And I'm like, I'm having fun
Yeah.
because
I mean, I didn't mind. I
they
didn't mind at all.
did.
But I'm not gonna. I didn't mind. But I'm a different type of Star Trek fan too, though.
They
So that's
fucking,
probably why I didn't mind.
but they
So,
fucking changed everything.
yeah,
Like,
but like I
like
know
I'm thinking
it's
about
like
like one of the storylines is that James Kirk became he joined Starfleet following behind his father, who was a
mm,
great Starfleet person. So
yeah,
then when you get to the Chris Pine version of Starfleet, then you have James Kirk is a juvenile motherfucking delinquent with no intentions of going to Starfleet, and his father died the day he was born, so he never met his father. They changed it.
yeah, people
And
were
so I
mad.
said, and everybody was mad, and I was like, I don't care. Like, I still
Yeah,
love it.
it's like don't change, but long as you're not changing, I think that would upset some fans, obviously. But
Oh, it did. It
I
did.
think that as long as you don't change the structure of how the story is told and how this rule is this rule and stuff. As long as you don't touch that stuff, you'll probably be okay in the grand scheme of fandom. But when you change structure and how things are done and rules that were put in place in this world, then you're going to have more fans in an uproar than you would otherwise.
Oh
So
my God.
that's a problem. Star Wars did
It
all
did
those
that
things
too.
and tore things apart, which is a problem. But I've heard the issues with Star Trek and of course Star Wars from different types of fans, and I really think it
when
depends on the
somebody
fan.
else is doing it. It's always going to be an issue when
But it's
somebody
always
else
going to be when you change stuff
is
up
doing
in the middle of something, always going to have people pissed off, and you expect that to occur. But there's always these people that act like the people who are fans of something, them getting mad about it or upset, like, oh, stop being childish or blah, blah, blah. But like, take a fucking seat. If it don't bother you, it don't bother you. But you can't tell them that it shouldn't bother them, or they should just stop being childish or some shit. Like,
That's the
sit the fuck
problem. That's
down.
the problem with humans.
Of
Because
course, always trying to tell somebody how they feel about shit.
you
Like,
can't tell me
fuck.
how I feel or how I should feel or
I
how
be like, well, if you want to like it, go the fuck ahead and like it. But I'll be damned if I'm gonna have to like it. I ain't gotta do shit. I'll
no,
do what the
that
fuck
ain't
I
nothing
want.
wrong. You have to like it because I like it.
Then apparently, that's what the same thing happened with Doctor Who. People lost their shit when Doctor Who was changed to, like, well, first the old dude, was the one before the chick, and then they were like,
Oh
oh my
no,
god, they fucking
no,
hated
no, no,
that.
no. It's plenty of other Doctor Who's.
It's
It's plenty.
always Doctor
That's
Who
the
changed,
premise.
but
That's the
they lost
premise
their
of
shit
Doctor Who
though.
is that Doctor Who changes.
Well, I
So
mean, I know, but they
other
not
Doctor
that,
Who,
but the actors playing the part, people getting mad about who they picked, and then there were the fans who didn't care who Doctor Who was and being played by. But of course, everybody had their favorites and whatever.
everybody has
But
their favorites.
they
That's
were still like, I mean, I stopped watching Doctor Who after David Tennant, and when it switched to the old guy that reminded
well,
me of
yeah,
Mr.
but David
Rogers.
Tennant was like the 20th Doctor Who. But
Yeah, I know it was. I've been watching it. I watched a few of the Doctor Who's.
but
Um,
everybody had a problem with every Doctor Who.
oh,
Every
everybody did, and then they got used to one, and then we
Doctor
switched to
plays
another one.
with
Then
the
they
new.
didn't like that one, but that's always Doctor
That's
Who.
how
So
humans are. You like who you like.
exactly. So I was like, I
You
just stopped
okay?
watching.
How they got this going to be the new Doctor Who? I've been in love with this boy for like 4 years now. So then I found out he about to be Doctor Who. Doctor Who about to get a new fan because that boy is amazing.
Uh,
The only thing that I could see that could be wrong, he seemed a little too young to be Doctor
I
Who.
guess they expected
But then
Doctor Young to
Tennant
start if
was
they
kind of
want
young
to.
when he started too. So
Yeah, he was. I don't know if he's young as him. But he
no.
wasn't as young as him.
This boy
Uh,
just finished playing in a series where he literally playing a teenager, and I was
exactly. So I mean, I'll
but
see. I'm not. I used to watch British TV,
no.
but I
People
don't
have a
really watch
problem with
that
him.
anymore.
They have a problem with him because he's black, but no one will say the problem that they have with him is that he's black.
No, brother. I
Oh
mean,
no, he
I
can't.
think
He
we
became
all knew that Doctor Who, the next Doctor Who after the woman, was going to be someone that was black. I think
this
everybody knew that that was going to be the case, whether it was going to be a black woman or it was going to be a black male. Like, it was going to be one or the other.
but what I'm saying is that
Kind of
people
obvious.
feel phony with it. They're
Well,
not.
they're not going to admit it, Aphrodite. They
Yeah,
try not to
it
get
drives me
canceled.
crazy. Like
They're not
they
going
oh,
to admit it.
we didn't have a problem with her being a woman. We just didn't think she had the acting chops. I'm like, for real?
Mm.
Because she
All
said
right,
things like
listen.
that.
I'm going to tell you right now. As a Doctor Who fan who, like, I only had two Doctor Who's that I was really into. The one right before Tennant and then Tennant. When they switched to the old guy, I was like, hell no, I'm not interested in watching this because I've watched too many years of the dude before Tennant and then Tennant. And I was a big Tennant fan to begin with. So when they switched it to the old Dr. Mr. Rogers guy, I was like, nah, I'm not watching that anymore. I don't care if it's Doctor Who, whatever. And then they were like, we're changing Doctor Who to a woman after this. And I was like, I'm definitely not watching that either. So I just didn't look at it. So now it's like, oh, there's a new person. I might check it out. But again, I'm the person that doesn't watch Western TV whatsoever. That includes
Well,
Britain.
I didn't watch
So,
Doctor Who. I didn't watch I wasn't a part of the Tenet years and the stuff that came after Tenet. So
mm,
everybody's big fascination with him, which I love the actor. Do not
yeah,
get me
he's
wrong.
hot. I
I
can't.
fucking love
I
him.
love
But
David Tennant.
I did not watch Doctor Who. By the time he became Doctor Who, I moved away from Doctor Who altogether.
Yeah, oh
So
man, his time Doctor Who's.
I didn't have like I've seen clips of him, but
You ready to
I
start
didn't
the next
watch
sprint,
it.
too?
Yeah, I didn't watch it. And so when they announced my boy, whose name I just can't think of his name right now, when they announced that he was getting ready to play Doctor Who, well, I
Mm.
did this. I was like, always loved Doctor Who, love this boy. I'm going to watch. because two things that came together. If Orlando Bloom got the part of Doctor Who, trust no understand believe, I would be watching it.
I
But
might have to check that
I
out.
stopped watching Doctor Who a long time ago. They didn't have nothing to do with the actors because the whole premise of Doctor Who is the person who is the doctor always fucking changes. So people need to get their head out their ass and stop attaching themselves to
Shit.
actors.
I'm just gonna tell you now, my head gonna live in my ass because guess what? I wasn't watching it because of that old dude and I did not find him appealing whatsoever. Like, well, you gotta find the actor appealing. A lot of times I do. Just for your instance,
I
I like
can't
looking
talk to
at
you. I
very attractive people
cannot
that I
talk
think is
to you.
attractive. If you got a problem with that, you do what you
No,
do.
no, no,
Stop
no,
worrying
no,
about what I
no,
do.
wait. No, I just can't talk to you. But
I mean, I'll
if,
be honest.
if
I'm
you
not a
watch
I'm
it, if
shit.
you pull in the Aphrodite and you watch them motherfuckers because they're pretty, then
I
I
do a lot.
you
Look,
got
I watch. Listen, I watch K dramas. I only watch Asian TV. Obviously, and I was having inclined I am attracted to
I'm gonna have
Asian
my head
look.
all the way up my ass.
So
I ain't watching
my head be
it.
living all the way up there. I don't give a fuck if people got a problem. Like I like looking at attractive people that I'm attracted to. Just
Okay.
because I'm trying to have sex with them or anything, but
Uh-uh.
I like my eyes to look at candy. So I don't see why people want to get
Miss
upset
Hillary.
about that. If they want to look at whatever, then go ahead. But don't tell me that I shouldn't. Why you gotta
Miss
be doing that? Like mind your business.
Hillary. I'm gonna say it differently because I definitely don't want answers in the head and shit like that. But
I mean, I'm not fake. I ain't
the
faking. I
point,
tell the truth like it is.
no, the
Like
point I was trying to make
I'm just
is
saying.
people are cussing about the actor switching up when
Yeah,
the premise of the doctor is that the doctor.
yeah. The doctor always changed, so you
That's
know.
what I'm trying to say. If
I
you
mean,
doctor it because Tennant is pretty,
I like Tenet.
then
I mean,
that
some
is
people don't think Tenet
too
is
much.
attractive, but hey, I'm
I
well.
think
She
he's fucking
he
adorable.
is though. He is stop being
It's something
adorable.
about him, and I don't know what it is.
I know, but he is cute though. Janice have finished what my brain can handle on the video for now. I feel that switching off to chapter 11 for book 4, and she while we were talking about that whole series thing, she was like, "Mouse ruined the space opera." Cough cough.
The mouse ruins everything. Look what he did to the Little Mermaid. Now, everybody know me know I don't dig no mermaids, but come on.
Well, we know you
Look
ain't gonna
what
be looking at no
look what
mermaid
they
nothing
turned
anyway.
that story into.
2 minutes and we
Again,
just sprints.
not my kind of thing. People love it.
True that.
They love whenever something gets Disney-fied for some reason. I just don't.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, I prefer a horror version of the mermaid,
Oh,
which
they
is the
said
real
that.
version. Nothing good occurred. No fairy tale happy endings happened with the actual mermaid thing. And everybody can stop losing their minds when they said that the mermaid was going to be played by an black actress. Because there's also a
Yeah.
version of the mermaid that is Asian, and that's one of the oldest versions. So everybody can relax, okay?
No, we
Again,
don't have to relax because what do you mean that my Ariel's not going to have red hair anymore?
and I go, oh yeah, because black people can't have red hair. Oh
Like my
what?
son has red hair. Okay?
Mm,
Sorry to break the news.
whatever to that. Humans can have red hair. I know it's crazy,
I know.
but that's the
It's
thing.
rare. It's a rare hair color, but humans
It
can.
is rare, but I guess a creature under the sea could have red hair. We don't know.
There are no red creatures in the
The
sea.
made up mermaid creature can have red hair. Like, oh, she can't be brown though. Like, there aren't brown
No brown.
creatures under the sea. I'm like, excuse me, sir, but science would say otherwise, and also your eyeballs.
No, 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 no. There are none.
Because
Period.
I said so, because I'm a closed minded, crazy person. Anyway, there's
No,
that.
because you are racist, but you
Don't
keep
you just say that? Like, I can't
doing
stand
it.
people who, like, kind of
I'm
hide
just
in the
saying one
closet.
of the
Like,
racist things. I will.
closet racists are the worst.
My mom used to say Jim Crow was okay.
Jenna, Jenna said the power of hair dye. Laugh out loud. I know, right? Anybody's hair is not red, that's what they can do.
I said, why would you say something like that, my mom? And she said because Jim Crow wasn't a liar or a phony. He said out his mouth how he felt. He
Sure
didn't do
did.
none of that political crap where, oh, we're just worrying about the people. of Call of Duty. No, he said
Oh,
I don't like them, and I don't want them near me. Is what he said.
exactly. So
So
stop.
I'm gonna give you
Bye.
credit for being honest and not a coward.
No, we have a lot of cowards these
We
days.
ain't gotta agree because I damn sure don't agree with you.
Yeah, we gotta agree.
I
At
can't
least you
stand
said what you
coward.
what was instead of trying to fake, and then over there, certain people you tell the truth. You
No,
know what
you
I mean?
all up in your job and you smiling in my face and you know they don't want you to set up call me everything but a child of God when you with people that look like you. No, I ain't
I
for
was like that saying, told me everything but a child.
everything but a child of God.
Everything. That's so funny.
And they
All
smile
right, we
and
are ready for our next sprint. It's another 30 minute.
y'all see what
What?
they be doing to me, right?
Yeah, 30
I'm in a
minutes.
bad mood.
I'm going to see if I can finish this next act outline before I come back. We'll see
You
what
gonna
happens.
show us how much you got done?
Yeah,
When you
I'll
come
just,
back, I'm talking about.
yeah, when I come back, I'll show you. We'll see what
Girl,
happens.
I'm look. Jenna got me over here dying.
I know she's funny.
The power of hair dying.
Yeah, I know the power hair that what? I know I'm a natural half ombre born blonde.
Yes,
Power of hair dye. I'm just
you didn't
saying.
tell nobody how you magically make the ends of your hair blonde.
I know. It's
Girl, you
crazy.
ain't
And look, I got some
you
brown in here. There's some
magic.
brown in here, but this is naturally how it came out. I was born like this.
Yeah, it grows like that.
That's crazy. I know all the crazy people was in mind. Like, what? But your skin is brown. I'll be like,
Oh God, I got my hair in extensions one time, like braided extensions,
yeah.
and now I have really short hair. But I had these braided extensions. They were, to the middle of my back. They looked really cute. I just had to
Yeah.
tell you this real quick. And then I went. One of my son's father's friends came over. Now he just special on so many levels. I'm not even gonna call him out. But he saw me and he was like, "Wow, your hair looks really good." I said, "Thank you," but it was irritating me, so I took them out.
Yeah.
So I was, as I'm taking them out, his jaw like dropped to the floor, and he was like,
Wow.
"That wasn't your hair." And I'm like, "You saw me like a week ago. Do you think it grew a foot long in a week?" And you know what this dummy said to me?
I
He's
can't
like,
even imagine actually.
He's like, "Oh well, I thought because like you had like the bushy black hair that it just stretched out that long when you plaited it."
Oh, he had like a sneak
I
into the
said,
future,
I
maybe to see
said,
how people have shrinkage,
girl,
like for real crazy shrinkage. I mean, it's possible.
but I said to the middle of my back, David.
Well,
He was
I
like,
mean,
"Yeah, no, girl."
well, now we have to like check them on that one because there's been some videos. Shrinkage is real, girl. Like some of these girls had, they be like, look at this shrinkage, and they pull it down and be like all the way to down here, and it was all the way up here. They said this is not right.
Shrinkage is real, but not my 1 inch of hair stretching out to the middle
Yeah,
of
he
my back.
kind of was. He was kind of little special.
Like right now, I got some touch of my neck hair. Right, it grew down to where it's touching my neck.
Uh oh,
So it's
watch out.
like in the back of my head where it comes curls around my ear, y'all. Yes. But
Like
that
cute.
shit will not be to the middle of my back tomorrow because I
Yeah, you think you're Rapunzel though. Jenna said, and my hair is totally half purple and red naturally.
of course. Because Jenna is also made of magic.
This is right.
I'm made of magic because my hair is gonna be to the middle of my back tomorrow.
That's right. Just saying, Rapunzel, bye.
But
All
thank
right,
you.
we're gonna go ahead and sprint. You guys go ahead, right? And let us know what happens when you come back. I'm gonna see how far I can
How long
get
is
through
this
this
one till? Half
outline.
hour too?
Yeah, we're at 35 right now. So we back at 9 o'clock our
Oh,
time. See you
oh
then.
my God, pray for me.
I'm praying.
Okay. It's o'clock. Wherever you are in the world.
Yeah, I'm here. Just trying to finish up this last line since I was like 5 minutes out. Hold on a second.
Oh, I understand.
So, I finished it pretty much. I just needed to put this one line on.
I got to the point
Mm,
where I where two of my characters and went off into a blend to be alone,
yep.
and I decided I need to stop reading
Uh,
and get my work done.
that's funny.
Yeah.
All right. So at least I finished that. Outline is done. So, all
Oh,
that.
Scooby showed up.
Yeah, he did.
We was talking about you like a dog, man.
Uh, yeah, we were. We talk about your outline. We always talk about his outline. Like, listen, that's not outlining, my boy, but it's a DL outline. That's what that is.
When you write an 8 billion page book, a 47 page outline is an outline.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I'm
so I
so
finished
tired.
it. Yay me, huh?
I'm so tired. What? So you got the outline finished or the section finished?
The outline.
That's what's up.
Yep. Get her done. Get her done. Everyone who is working, let me know what you worked on and what you got done during the sprints. It was a nice
I
30
think I
minute
can get
sprint.
some work done because I had to stop reading or letting the computer read to me because I'm like,
DL's like, la half out loud. If it works, it works.
that's exactly what we
You
told.
right about that, bro.
That's
You
exactly what
right.
we said. You
You
got
are
to
right.
get it. Plus, if I
That's
ever
what we
need to write
said.
a synopsis, I just let you do it. I hate synopsis though, but I do have them for all.
Really, I think it's funny how you hate synopsis, but you helped me come up with a way to write a series synopsis, which was the first time I ever done that shit. It was crazy.
I write a synopsis for everything I write, even if it's a
I
story.
know you may not like it, but you still can do it. But like I wrote synopsis, but it was different to write a series synopsis, like
Yeah.
individual synopsis for each book, and then the main synopsis for the whole
I
thing.
broke down the whole Glass Corridor, the original first 3 books, and each of those had a synopsis. And the way I did it was I pretended, not pretended, because it is one whole story, but I did it like, and when you're in Shatter, and this was the, first act, second
Mm.
act, third act. So even though they're 3 separate books,
Mm-hmm.
they daisy chain. So it was easy, and when I mean easy, I mean it made sense to kind of like to write it like that. If you
Right.
know that your book is going to be a series,
Yeah.
it just flows like that.
True. Very true.
Because it was fun. See, it was fun doing yours. It wasn't fun doing mine. It's work doing mine.
Yeah, DL's working. Let me see what he said. He said he's working on his head this headache of a project for work. Oh, yeah, you showed me that project when we were that's a nightmare. This dude, this dude wants to he wants to extend his basement.
Extend the basement.
Yes, so you know what that means. This is
Right. You
underground.
know that the basement is underground, right?
So you know what that would mean. They have to dig up. They would have to, But get this, it gets worse. But then he also it's a rancher style with a basement partial already, and then he wants to make a second floor too.
But the rancher had a basement too.
Huh?
The second floor I can
The
see.
second
So
floor,
what I'm
yes, but he wants the basement extended and he wants the second floor up. But then when he hired the company, then he didn't. Then he's going to do it himself. And then he made up plans and was talking about he was like going to put this and dig up and then put these beams and push it like he was going dig like extend the basement while like not doing it the right way. Like I don't know what he was thinking that he was going to do, but
I
whatever. So
mean, it can be done, but that's crazy.
Yeah, it is. So DL has to
Why don't we
go
just
off his
extend the first
plans and then
level?
make it like for real, like it's going to work though. So he has to do all these different ones, but that's one of his projects. But I don't know if he's talking about that nightmare of a project. He might be talking about the other project where they want a bathroom in a non-invisible space, and you kind of like, where that's why DL said I could put one outside.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that.
Yeah, that's crazy. He showed me the plans in the house. I'm like, what's wrong with people? But anyway,
But why not just extend the first floor?
No, not this guy. He wants to spend the basement all this, and then he was going to try to do it himself, but then he realized like somebody going to
Oh
die
yeah,
trying
he
me do it.
started, you know.
Yeah. So if this that nightmare a job deal, I don't know. He said I'm thinking I'm just going to do door, window, and floor schedules, and then say screw it and take me a break. Yeah, you need a break from those projects. Wait a minute. He said nope. It's that project, the basement and second floor. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was. And
Wow.
that dude was just like,
Charge him
I'll tell you
so
about it.
much money for excavation. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's not even that dude's out of his mind. Bonnie got 861 words. Good job, Bonnie's
Oh,
knocking it out
Bonnie.
of the park.
Bonnie need to come over here and finish my damn.
Bonnie not playing. That's right. That's why I got these long sprints because I know
Work.
people get some work
But this
done for
thing is
real.
like 22 pages.
Mm,
I thought it was gonna be like 2 or 3 pages and I'd be good to go.
right
And by
though.
the time I started getting into it, this shit is 22 pages.
I know, right?
But
Hmm.
I mean, they need to be because people don't know how to
Oh, yeah, and I forgot to tell you what Dio said. He said the second floor is longer than the first floor by a couple feet. He showed me that. I was like, what is this guy trying to do?
no, because he wants some Greek Roman pillars put outside on
I
the
know, right? He-
like
he's
seriously,
fine.
extend the first floor, leave the basement alone.
No, he and then he talk about, oh, this was too much or something. I'm like, if you ain't got the funds that's unlimited for this project, you should take a seat, sir, and just build on your first floor. Because you talk about they got to dig the ground up to get to that, and then extend the wall out. You can't just be trying to do it from. No mind.
My son's wife, um, her father bought a rancher back when they were kids, and I wish you could see it. Like one day you guys see it. He built up because he had common sense. He built up and he built out. And that place you never know it used to be a rancher.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, things can be done, but you gotta be. Don't try to act like the money gonna be an issue when you want stuff to be like dug up and whatever.
Well, he also did it himself because
That's different. If you know what
the
on
contractor.
this dude
This
did
guy's
not, so he
crazy.
had to hire somebody. But then he thought that he could do it himself, and then totally made plans and just like, what are you doing,
Wow.
sir?
So he
Um,
knows
my
coding and stuff all of a sudden.
yeah, my boss is like, I'm going to rip off half the first floor, then do the basement, then rebuild the first.
What?
Yeah, forget
It's
all that noise. I
big.
wouldn't even touch that project to be honest with you, but the money
I
probably
would
good.
not touch it because he's like somebody that no matter what you do is gonna be wrong.
Yeah, because that guy he wants some impossible stuff. But I mean, it wouldn't be impossible. It could be done. But if the price was a problem, because that's what it was, he actually let him go and then said he's going to do it himself, and then come back with some plans that he did, and you could tell
Oh,
he don't know completely what he doing, and then he hired him back again because he know he couldn't do it
I
right.
hope he don't live in Maryland because they will slap him so hard.
I know. Janet said, I'm sorry for the delay. My dragon bloody archer just enjoyed kissing this vampire love for the first time. Chapter 11 is going very well. Sounds good to me. I feel you, Jenna.
I feel you too, like for real.
All for that. I mean, when I was writing the erotic tales too that I wrote when I was like doing the live stream. I'd be coming back late almost every time when I was doing sex scenes.
I can't even look. At least y'all can do it. I can't even write the sexy scenes while we're streaming because for some reason I don't know. Like my brain I always look over my shoulder as it is.
You a goofball.
I'm always waiting for the cops to come in because again, it's one of those things where I'm writing down words I do not even say out loud.
I say them all the
Like
time
I'm
out
so
loud.
glad that I am brown because there's some times when me and Danny will be talking and she'll say something. Please don't say it. She'll say certain words. I have to stop her because y'all don't know. Like I'm begging you, please.
I'm not, but it's funny.
She'll say some words and then my whole face will turn red.
Mm.
But because I'm brown, you'll know. But I
Nah,
can
I think I probably can tell. You probably can tell very red. I can
feel the
probably see it.
blush come to my cheeks. Like, and
Oh
I
my
have
goodness.
asked you on numerous occasions.
See that? Hence why I saved the spice for my hardback versions. Like, uh,
And so I'll be like, and then the other parts I have that side of me that'll blush
yeah,
because
but she be
I'm
writing all kinds
gorgeous.
of stuff. I don't want
And
to hear
then
nothing
I
from
have
nobody who wrote this seven erotic sins. So be quiet, you. I
right. No, no,
mean,
I'm going to say then the other part of me who is the 16-year-old boy that's trapped inside be giggling. Like I'm like throb. You know.
You don't get nothing done laughing like that. Oh,
So
wait a minute.
that's me.
Look.
That's why I can't write on camera.
Yep. DL said, "Oh, you can't forget the steps to the basement being under the front porch." Yeah, I know. What the? This dude, when he did his plans, he wanted to exit as well out the basement. That he was going to add the kitchen and all this other stuff too. But then he put the steps to go out the basement coming up underneath the deck that was over the front porch. Like, who
So
want to walk up under there to come out of there? What are you talking about?
Rock think he a meerkat.
Apparently, he said, "Who wants to squat to go into the basement?" I know, DL, something wrong with this guy.
I've seen, and I actually seen people who had bases where the door was under the porch, but
Right.
it was still the height and width and shit of a door.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like but nobody wants to walk underneath a deck really to go into the place because the way he making that basement is someone's going to be living down there. Time probably like an in-laws quarters or
yeah.
somebody's moving in probably. From what I gather, because he's at the kitchen and
Can you
all
imagine
this
the
other
people
stuff.
trying to move their furniture through that?
That's what I mean. Like he's even thinking, you don't put the domain's interest that way unless you're not going to be going in and out of there. But he's literally putting it there so someone
Why
can
don't
go
he
in and
just put
out
it
of
on the
there.
fucking side?
He could, the way the house is made, he could make it come out the other way. Why do he don't know
He
what's
sounds
going on?
special. I'm glad it ain't my job. Sorry, DL. You and our prayers. I'm so sorry.
You know, you gotta get prayers for this one, my boy. Like,
Because it's nothing worse than a crazy client who
right? They think they know what they're talking about too, because he did
don't have
those
no
plans and stuff. Like, look. Yeah, so he has an exit in the back as well. Like, what is that one for then?
money. That's what it is.
He confused all kinds of ways. I still don't know why the second floor is longer than the first floor. Not to mention his windows look kind of off to me. I'm just saying. I
You
noticed that.
could see that in real life and wonder what the hell he was thinking. I'm gonna blame y'all for doing
Yeah,
it.
I know. He
Like,
probably would. I'm like, look, we over your stupid plans. Like, no, DL gonna remake his plans. His plans is crap. I'm sorry.
good. I hope so. I hope you talk him into common sense.
Yeah, well, he know he ain't do something right, but he think he know what he doing, but he don't.
There was
Obviously.
a show. I can't think of the name of the show, and it was a very popular doctor show where he just plastic surgeries. It was a fictional show though,
Mm,
not a reality show. And
yeah.
on the show, this woman came to the doctor, and she was like, "I want you to make me look like this," and basically, she wanted to look like a cat. And so he got all into like, oh, I can do this and I can do this cheek implant, I can do blah blah blah. And he got all into actually giving her what she asked for, but he didn't take into consideration that that bitch might be crazy. He didn't take that into consideration. So he did it. He did the work. Oh my gosh, she came back and she looked like a beautiful fucking cat. And her whole family sued him. And it was like, wait, and he was like, what are you talking about? She asked, he said, yes, she asked you. People come and ask you for stuff. You're a doctor. You're supposed to know when to turn a bitch away.
Yeah, really.
Clearly, she got mental problems. And he was like, oh my God. He said, wait a minute, don't sue me. He said, I will redo it, take it all out. And that's what he wound up doing. But I was like, dude, you can't have what you want.
Yeah, but sometimes people gonna hear people be like, well, that's what they said they want, so I can do it. Let me do it.
The
Like,
money talks. Because
that's it.
she had the money. She had the money.
That's all you gotta do. In all honesty, they'll do it.
But
In reality, they will do it.
he
They're not
got
gonna
to
question it.
do like he really did. Like I'm gonna give him a little bit of credit on that, even though he don't deserve a lot. He got into the artistry of it because as a surgeon, he wanted to do all these creative Frankenstein type things. And
I
then
ain't trying to be funny, but there's this guy in reality. His name is Ollie London. And
oh
honestly,
my
the
God, he
plastic surgery people should turn him away because he has mental
no
problems.
no no no. The plastic surgeons who already worked on him should be arrested and lose their license.
I mean, they know that he's obviously has mental problems. Like there is something wrong, but they keep letting him. He's not gonna have nothing left of his face,
If
obviously.
y'all
Like
don't
that's
know who he is, Google him.
yeah. Well,
It is sad.
yeah, he's a really sad person, honestly. Though, like I can't with that with him.
It is sad.
Like he recently got like had a thing where they had like a show and they had a black woman talking to him because since he thinks he's transracial.
Oh no.
And she laid into him. But he kept trying to like you can't argue with people who have problems mentally and they think that they're right no matter what because they can't see reality. They don't see what you see. They can't make sense of it. It's only in their head.
Right,
so they living in their head. So she explained to him how what he's doing is wrong and stuff, and he had a nerve to try to question her, like, what are you doing? She said, oh, you don't get to ask me that. Oh, you better calm down. So but yeah, you can't with that type of person. You're wasting your breath talking to them. There is no getting through him. I'm sorry, I mean them because he came out they came out as non-binary. So
Korean.
But like I'm gonna have to get you to stop. Your sexuality is whatever, but please stop with the race thing because now you going across a line that you are not allowed to cross. You can love a culture all you want. You can appreciate it all you want, but do not appropriate. Please do not do that. And you are a white person.
There's a difference between appropriation and appreciation.
And we know you are not doing that. Like he's crossing all kinds of lines. All kinds of lines being crossed that you
matter of fact, get what I said. If y'all don't know who he is, don't even look him up.
Yeah. Well, he recently is no longer going under he now. He's they.
Okay.
I think. Born binary, but it's very recent, so that's why I was saying him originally. But either way, like, and then she brought that up too. She was like, the fact that you are identifying or attempting to identify as Korean now, which is I can't. You're also coming out in the LGBT community, and in Korea the issues they have as Korean people and LGBT people being gay and any other sexuality, like issues with that. So you don't care about those issues. Like, well, I've helped many people. No, you did not. Okay, because you're still white. You're white. You don't know what people who are Korean go through because you are white. No one wants to hear your made up world that you're living in. We all live here in the real world. So you saying what you're saying doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry, but you need help. And that's all it comes down to. You start bringing up race stuff, now you've lost everyone. No one's listening to you because there's a lot of issues with this race thing. Like, you can't just be like, oh, now I am this race. Like, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to sit down.
Danny, I was watching one of my YouTube creators, and I can't think of his name. I love him though because he's cute, and you know me. And he
I know.
He started talking about Ali, and then he showed the clip because the creator is Korean, so the guy Ali is pissing him off because
of course a lot of the Koreans really hate you too.
And then he pulled up. He said now this fool talking about he's married to what's the boy name of BTS?
Jamin.
And so he got the poster live. I mean, not the, what do you call it? The full body poster of him that stands up, cardboard cutout. And then he had a marriage ceremony to the cardboard cutout.
Dude, listen. Obviously, this Ollie London is an attention grabber. Likes the bad attention, any attention whatsoever. So much so that went to this person's head. But completely
him the money he needs to go do all these surgeries.
Yeah, and that's the sad part about it because no one's questioning anything. They're just like, well, this person obviously has mental issues, but let's just go ahead and just give them all the surgeries that they want. No questions asked because they have money and it's okay. Like, no,
that's not.
Where's this person's family at? Someone needs to stop them. But of course, you can't just stop people.
Oh God!
But like the doctors don't need to touch the person. They can just like no. Go seek help.
He totally dismissed his family. That's why.
Obviously, because his family would be like nobody would be like, y'all, you're good. You're fine. No, you're not.
I thought they wrote him off, and that's not what happened.
No.
He wrote them off.
Well, yeah, of course. So I don't even. It's just insane, really. Like, but
You can't
that's.
be associated with them because they insist on being white. Girl,
I mean, but you are white though. Like,
just
you really can't. Like Ollie, you white. Like that's
not
that's just the facts. Like, no matter what you say out your mouth,
you talking
you
about
are.
them.
You don't even have the. You're not even mixed. You don't even have the carte blanche to be like, oh, well, in the country you're from, it's just mostly all white where you're from. Like, so there was no like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you were in America and you could be mixed or something like that. Like, he don't even have a leg to stand on with that at all. So you like, I was like, I was
girl,
in the
my
comments on one of
creative
the dudes,
friend,
huh?
my one creative friend was watching a video where he was singing and
Oh my
in
goodness.
Korean, and he just stopped the video. He said, "I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I don't have no idea what the fuck he said."
Everyone's like that. I
Everybody that
watched
doesn't speak
what's his
Korean,
name,
if you
Kim.
don't speak Korean, you don't necessarily know that he's saying
Oh
wrong.
no. I listen.
And
I'm learning Korean,
he's
and I can tell he even when I was early learning Korean, I could tell immediately he wasn't saying words. He they don't know how to speak Korean.
my boy said, I think he tried to say, and then he said what he thought he was trying to say. He said, but I can't even be sure, y'all. I'm telling y'all,
It
he's
was a little
not saying
embarrassing. It
Korean.
was a little embarrassing on one video trying to talk. I was trying to talk to this woman who's Korean, and tried to greet her, and
Oh, I didn't
and
see
she
that.
didn't understand the greeting, and that's the most basic thing you could learn. Oh, I
Right.
lived in Korea for a year and I learned Korean. Are you
Hello,
sure?
and where's the bathroom?
Like, you nope, nothing. Can't. It's like the words are just like airly spoke. Like, I don't know. It's just sad, to be honest with you. So yeah, it's a lot of videos on that person. So
So
that's
yeah,
that.
so I changed my mind. Don't look him up. Please don't give him no time because the boy,
Please don't,
and
because
I don't
like,
mean
if you look them up, then look on
Google.
Google
Don't go to
and just be like, what's this article saying? Just don't go to like the channel or Instagram or the TikTok, because sadly they're everywhere.
yeah.
And it's actually it's disrespectful to Korean people.
It really is.
Like, no matter how you slice that, it just is. Like, I don't even. It's obvious. There's nothing to argue about. There's no like, well, people got no. There's lines we do not cross, and that's one of them.
Well, I have
So yeah.
decided that I am changing my race to the smile emoji. I am now smile emoji. I do not if you do not recognize me as smile emoji, then do not
Emojis.
speak to me because I am smile emoji.
Right. Well, I'm sure one day you might be able to do that, and no one will
No,
blink.
I just did it. That's
Well,
what
technically you can, and people have to accept it, honestly. But I mean,
I'm gonna change my mind. And I'm gonna become a
if people say you're crazy, then
they
I
hate
mean,
us. They hate us.
should you get mad?
No, they hate us. They just hate us because I'm smile
Obviously,
emoji.
they are.
And when once I realized that I was smile emoji and stuff, everybody started trying to come for me because I used to be ellipsis pointing, but I realized that I was dissing my smile emoji
I
background.
know something you won't ever identify
Yeah.
as, and
So
that
that's
would
my
be the Oxford comma.
girl. Do we need to have that argument or do we need to sprint?
I don't know what you hate the Oxford comma. I can't.
I don't care.
We gonna do
I
this
don't
spread
care
about
if
5 minutes.
you like the karma or if you don't like the
Y'all
karma.
last one for the
I
night.
don't. That I don't. But please do not tell me that if you don't have the karma, you then can no longer understand the sentence. Get out of my life.
Yeah,
You can
get out
have
my
the
life.
karma. If
Get
you
out
want
my
the karma,
life.
please put the karma in there if you like the karma. Then you do not have a problem. I'm not going to use the karma.
But trying to say you don't understand the sentence because it's not there is
Tell me
malarkey.
that you can Now that you read the sentence and the Oxford comma isn't there, you understand it.
I
I'm
think
gonna
you
need
might
you
have
to
other
go read it back
problems
around.
with reading something. If that one little comma before the and, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the others in that
I'm
sentence.
gonna need you to
You're
go
talking about the
read it.
comma before the and that doesn't need to be there because and is there and it's implied. You do not need to put
I
it there. But
want everybody to go to
Oxford said
conjunction
that you
junction.
did, and there you go.
I want everybody to go to conjunction junction, learn the function of conjunctions, and shut up. Now,
Well, I feel like I was watching Reading Rainbow
use
this week.
it or don't use it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not wrong if you
If you
use it,
don't,
and you're not wrong if you don't.
yeah. But some people be getting
That's
up
the
in
part.
there,
Because some of
themselves about
the
that.
people who use it tell the people who don't use it that they're wrong. That's what I have
Right.
a problem with.
And then they try to give you sentences where like
Either
you can't
way,
understand this if you
either
did
way
not
is
do. Like
wrong.
no,
Okay, to
nah,
be clear, neither way is wrong. They are both accepted.
they are. This is
They
true.
are.
This is
So
true.
you ain't got to worry about me getting mad with you, but your acts will come. But just don't come at me for my lack of it because I think it's unnecessary.
We are aware of it, but we choose not to use it. I mean, I'll use it or not use it. I won't use it myself, but my editor would just be like, yeah, what the fuck? Every night be like, hell no, I'll take that out of there.
My editor got halfway through my whole book,
And he had to take all that
and
out.
I was like, bruh, you're gonna have to take every last one out.
DL was like, "You're wrong." And he's like, "Laugh out loud, JK."
Every last one got to
He's
go.
too funny.
When you get to the final conjunction, the conjunction implies the goddamn comma. Therefore, you do not need to have the comma.
I mean,
It,
it's like, don't
there has
even
been
read that
two
wrong. Like, stop
incidences.
the lies.
There's been two incidents.
It's like that thing that people do, Aphrodite. When they want to prove a point, their point of the thing that they're talking about, they're going to find something negative or a way to explain it to you and why it's negative in order for you to follow the way that they do things. So that's all that is. And it's junk
But I
because I'm going
had
to do what I
somebody
want.
tell me, I had somebody say, well, this they did the whole thing. So they did apple, comma, orange, comma, banana, comma, strawberry, comma, and and water crescent. See, that's why you need it. I says I could take all those commas out, and you telling me you still couldn't understand that sentence. Let
Nobody said that.
alone the one before the conjunction.
That's the only one that's the Oxford comma anyway.
Yeah, that's the only one that's the oxygen. But I'm sorry, if I said a list of shit to you and the commas, all the commas were missing, you would still fucking understand me.
I
So
mean, we can read
don't
through,
tell
our
me.
eyes and brain can actually read through
Right,
when something is missing a letter most of the
right.
time. They did those studies where they checked that.
The point I'm trying to make is yes, use your commas. I'm not saying don't use them. But don't tell me that
You don't
because the comma
understand
isn't
something.
there, you now don't understand.
Well, somebody did try to write a sentence that was like, it's like a sentence where if you don't use a comma, it can sound like the person was going to cut the person up instead of the
Yeah,
other
that's
thing.
different though.
But it's still, even in that setting, the comma before the and still did not make that where you didn't understand it. It would have been the other commas, which is not what the Oxford comma is. And without that comma before the and is really what makes it the Oxford comma. So
Commas are definitely motherfucking necessary. The
of
Oxford
course,
comma.
but that's not what they trying to do. They don't try to take away the other commas to try to make the point of the comma that really makes that the Oxford comma. So you can try to think you right.
Put the comma back in there. You need the comma after eat.
Oh, look, it's time to eat, Grandma. That's the one that they say. But you had to put a comma
That's
there.
not an
That's
Oxford comma.
yeah, but it's not. But that somebody did one like that. But they said it's time to eat, Grandma, with the comma, and it was something else, and then they didn't put the comma with the and. I was like, but hey, that would be my line in the horror, and it would be
That
correct.
structured sentence to begin with.
Right though, right?
But yeah,
DL was talking about the house back here. He said he figured that the guy put the other door. He said he decided to do that. He think because you have to have a sprinkler system in your basement
What?
level if you don't have the exits within a distance or whatever.
Uh,
So he said he guessed that that's probably why he didn't want to put a sprinkler system down there. Because when DL did my house, the first one, and he did the basement, my basement was pretty large. I had him put the sprinkler system in because I only wanted one exit door out
okay,
going out.
wait, I got a question then. Because my understanding, based on the shit that I've been told in different domiciles that I had to deal with, if
Mhm.
you only have one way out, then you can't use that basement as a bedroom. If it has to have more than one way out, you can use
Well,
the basement as whatever the fuck else you want, but somebody can't sleep down there
I
because
mean, it depends on how
but
low your
no, it
basement
depends on
level. I
how
guess if
big
it's on the
your window
windows.
is. The contract depends on how big your window is because the window can count as an exit.
It can. So if you have windows or not with that. Now I had technically two exits. I had one that went out
Right,
from down there, and I had the one that you come down there from inside the house. So I had two
right.
exits with that, but I had them put the sprinkler system in because of the size of my basement. I had to. So so it's like that. I mean, because some like my house I'm in now, we have like the basement levels, but we have like two basement levels though. So it's like you go down to split for it. So that one's above ground though.
I
You have the
love
double
split
door,
foyer.
and then we have another level that we go down that has rooms down here. But two windows in the laundry room within the distance of these two rooms that's down here besides that room. So these other rooms down here, like my office doesn't have a window, but technically we could have made these into bedrooms because they have those two lower under the deck windows. So technically you could break them and get out of them if you had to, I suppose. But
The house I was in, the window wasn't big enough for anybody to get out of. This is what it was. It wasn't so much that it wasn't big enough.
oh, and D also he got windows in the basement. So
Yeah, so it was you ever go into a basement and the window is like at the ceiling,
oh yeah, that's right, DL. He said he didn't have to put sprinklers in mine because we cut it back size wise.
but you know
It
what I'm
was
talking about those windows that be up
hmm
they at the ceiling and
yeah,
because
mine.
the
They're the ones
window
down here like that.
because the one that was the window wasn't easy accessible to get out of,
Mm-hmm.
then they said we couldn't use it for an extra room bedroom. We could use it
Exactly.
as an office, a library, anything. We
Yeah.
just couldn't have nobody sleeping down there.
Yeah, that's what they say, but like, how
I
they
was
know
like,
when to be in your house?
girl, because
They don't know.
they
They can say that all they want to. You can
it's
turn any
they
room
don't.
you want in your house into a bedroom. Nobody, what they going to do? You can make the damn kitchen your bedroom if you want
I
to.
ain't gonna sleep somewhere. The reason why is because you don't want to be trapped.
I already know, and I know what they say, but again, nobody ain't listening to the bullshit. It's not though, like, because when it come down to it, you have to have a plan of exit anyway. If your exit plan doesn't have a window in it, I guess your ass need to have another backup plan. Because if you going to sleep down, let's say if I sleeping down here,
You sleeping downstairs and there's a fire upstairs. You
and
can't.
so yeah, something happened, you need to have an exit anyway to get out of there.
Right.
With this split foyer, if we had a fire upstairs, 'cause that's only where the kitchen is. If we had a fire upstairs, or if we had a fire in the wall, you got an electric fire.
Right.
Then you need to have an exit to get out anyway. Now, if you get trapped in this room, then more likely you're fucked,
Yep.
and then you just fucked. I mean, that you need to do what you need to do for when a fire is outside your door because you just gotta have your shit together. We have fire extinguishers in each room, and then we also have like the what you call them, fire alarms up in the
I
ceiling,
live in
smoke
an apartment.
detectors.
They told us that because back in the day, it used to be you had to have a fire extinguisher. Back in the day, you had to have one as part of your lease and shit.
Yeah,
But
we actually in our
fire
house we have to
fire told us
still.
they
So
said that we can't do it now because the fire department has decided that they don't want us to fight the fire. They want us to get out. So
right,
now we're not allowed to have that. And I
that's
said, you know
crazy.
what? But no, I'm gonna agree with that. I'm not fighting no fire. I'm getting out.
I don't think you should fight a fire, but having it, you might. Well, if you can't get out of that room, you need a fire extinguisher. Also, the blankets and water, so you might have to make it through the
Yeah,
fire
I do
that's
that.
in front of you to get to the exit. So technically,
I
like
do
in
that.
our lease, they still got that rule though. They said we had to have a fire extinguisher. We already had them because of our other house, so I had three fire extinguishers anyway, and I always believe in keeping them because just in case you might not hear something, and you might not be able to get out. You know what I mean?
I,
So,
I've had to do the wet blanket twice in my life to get out of apartments.
oh Lord in heaven, I'm glad I never had to deal with that shit. But
Yep.
I know how to if I have to.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. And also, if you get trapped, how to leave put the blanket out the window so someone knows someone is upstairs in that particular room.
My mom has a ladder for her room, and her room is over our deck, and one of her windows over
That's
the
good.
deck, and her other room, no, her window is over the lower deck, so she would have quite a drop. So we have a ladder that she throws out over her window
See, I
edge, so
couldn't
she
do
can
that
crawl,
because of the
so she
upper
can climb out if she had to. She got a step ladder to get up to get out of on the ladder, and then a ladder to go down. She has to anyway because they're on the second floor. It's a split floor, so they got like 5 steps to go up to go to the bedrooms, and then the kitchen's right off of that. But it's, I mean, it's an open floor plan. The rest of it, but again, you can get trapped to possibly sleep or something. So you gotta have action plans no matter what, all multiple
My
times
action
every
plan is
ways.
to stand in the window because my ass can't go down on the ladder and
Yep.
scream.
Yeah. Woo! Like,
You
yeah,
in here still?
yeah. DL was like, yeah, it has to be a certain size of an opening in the window. Yep, I figured that though, but I mean that makes sense.
When we saw the house, we were all happy because the basement was beautiful. And then it was like, nope, it can't be used as a sleeping quarter. And I
I'll
was
be
like,
like, yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna use it as sleeping cooler.
I didn't even.
I'll be like, this is Debbie me like, yeah, I'm not gonna use it as sleeping cooler.
She already figuring out how she was going to do it.
I'm like, that's what that gauze fabric I was thinking about. Gonna look good drink
Oh!
on this wall over here over my canopy bed. Let me stop. They don't need to know nothing. Mind their business. That's what I need them to do. DL said it has to be at least 5.7 square feet open with the size of at least 20 inches wide by 24 inches tall
Yeah,
and it within 44 inches from
of the
the
floor. And that's what the problem with my basement was. It wasn't. It was way, it had the right size window, but it was way too high.
Yeah, really though. All right, we're going to do one last sprint, everyone, and it's going to be a 22-minute sprint because we're going to come back at the top of the hour at 10 because we're going to close out after that. That's my draw line for Thursday nights. So get your last words in for this 20-something minute sprint and see what you can do. And
Uh,
I'll probably show you my outline, skimming through real quick
I might be
when
able to
I
show
come
you the
back.
rest of it.
Yeah, I'll finish this, so I will show you that when I come back.
I want to see.
See you soon. And this time it is 10 o'clock. We are at the top of the hour. Boop. Pen down. Anyone who is still here, let me know how you did in the chat so I can praise your awesomeness. How'd you do,
Well,
Aphrodite?
pray you did some fucking work.
You did? Good job.
My head hurts, so I really can't get as much done as I want to do.
I don't know. I feel that. I'll,
But yes, I did some
let
work.
me see. Let me do screen
But just I
share.
just hate the fact that
Do screen.
I hate. Not, I'm saying I hate. I don't hate. But I since I got to make this from scratch, that's why my head hurts.
I feel that though. But
And my,
I get it.
my head was already. Excuse me.
Here is the outline for When the Night Cries. So you see how it's structured. Very basic. Act one, chapter one, then I have it alphabetized out
You keep going in
to
and out. Let it be.
scenes. I don't know why. It sounded like you were going in and out to me, but I guess we both are going in and out to each other probably. But yeah, so this is the outline, as you can see, and then Act One, Chapter One, and then Chapter One has this many basic scenes broken down, and then it goes into Chapter Two, and then there's many scenes here, and then down. Chapter Three is we're still in Act One. Then you get to Act Two, Chapter Four, then to Act Two, Chapter Five, Chapter Six, and then Act Three, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and that's the end. So, um, so my outline
Is
says
this
like,
for book one? This ain't the series. This for the book.
yeah, this is just the outline for When the Night Cries. So, book one. So yeah, it's about 1,500 words for the outline. End up being. So I'll see how long that is. I don't know how long the book
Let me
would
see
be.
something real quick. I never even thought about that. I never um counted how many words were in my outline. Hold up.
Yeah. So
My outline not as thick as yours.
yeah.
Hold on, because I'm in the wrong
And I
part.
put at the top, you saw I put outline one. That's because it could get, as I write the story, some some specifics might need to be put in. That way it's,
Or
kept track
change
of.
or little
Hmm.
movies. I
Any
had to
changes that don't fit what's already there. So I would do that.
let me go
But
to
yeah.
let me go to
Um
the outline itself.
so I only what I did with the last sprint was I was just checking and reading through the outline and such like that, and preparing for when I go ahead and on Sunday I'll be writing um chapter 4 and onwards, and chapter 3 up to chapter 3 is written.
I'm gonna see. Will it let me share my screen?
It should have it. I think it's down there.
Mine is 353 words, and that's including some notes. Hold on. Let me get
Mm,
back to you.
yeah, my notes are usually
Share
separate unless I'm doing a short story. Then usually my notes are at the top of my outline because I have a different layout for when I do my short story
I think
outlines.
it's gonna let me. Is it letting me?
Yeah, I'd have to add it to the stream. That's all.
Hold
Okay.
on. Let me go actually where the outline is. All right. Do you see it?
Yeah, it's up.
Oh, okay. Because I can't tell.
I know.
So for let's see, in the beginning, which is the name of it or the current name, because it may change.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Act One and the total. This is already written. That's why you see these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But normally you wouldn't see any numbers. It's just that that's done. And then I leave room at the bottom of every act for notes. So then Act Two, and technically all of this is written too,
Mm-hmm.
but I just haven't checked it off on this because I checked it off on the actual checklist. So, and then Act Three, this is all there. All of Act Three is written except for 16 and 17.
Yeah.
So then I have notes, but usually my notes, as you see, are dialogue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's usually just dialogue. So it came out to be 353 words.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't kidding. Like, you see, these are the longest sentences I've ever
Mm-hmm.
used. Like,
Now
usually,
my outline for Cagliostro is different than this one. It's more like this, what you have here, like with like the line thing and type of situation.
Because
That's
each numeral, because I break my acts up into three parts.
mm-hmm.
Each numeral is a scene. So this particular scene, like Genesis walks the gulch, morning routine slash morning routine, was 340 words.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, that scene was that. Then goes back to office finds Jean Luc. Well, there's only 246 words because technically they exchanged pleasantries was also connected to it.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a reason why I separated it because I wanted to remind myself of their mannerisms. In all honesty, those two and three was just really one scene.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like when we were telling Graydon earlier, you got to make it work for you. Like I could have just put goes back to our office,
Yep.
and all of that would have been included. But I wanted to give myself a few more clues to it.
Mm-hmm.
He leaves and goes to the saloon and gets bored.
Yep.
Normally, if this wasn't a fresh story that I was making up on the fly, I would have wrote he leaves
Yep.
because that would have been all I need to know. Because I know what he left to go do.
Yeah, you'll know anyway. It's the writer, so you don't have to put
But I knew where he was
more.
going. And then Grayson comes. You know, I would have wrote Grayson comes. I knew when he got there, he was asking for the deputy position. I knew what transpired between them and how she was looking at his goodies and stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I wrote extra stuff to just keep me reminded because it was a new story.
Yep.
So yeah, so the whole thing wound up being 355 words, including the notes. So these
Yeah.
were included in that count. Let me
And
see.
I think that's a long outline for me, far as like the word count. But it's a full novel too for horror, so it's
Yeah,
probably gonna be something like 40,000 words. But my short story ones don't have nothing. I think I got. Let me see. I have one. Let me check it real quick because I had one of my short story ones. See, I outlined the little Drago. I did outline the
and see,
Drago.
most of my outlines will still look like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's words, but it'll be way more scenes.
Right though.
This is a short story. That's why that one was so little.
Like here's the. I'll pull up the outline for Ladraga to compare to that one. Let me see something. Pull this back up and share and window and share that. So comparing to here is Ladraga's outline, Act One, because it's a short story. Ladraga's like 5,000 words. So
Oh,
to
damn, it's super short.
see that it's only like 240 words for this, and that's it. That is the outline for Ladraga. That's it. Like three scenes, or the middle act has more because the middle is always bigger. So it has four scenes, even though there's more to them than that. And then three, four, and three, and it's end. So that's the outline for Ladraga. So you see, it depends on the story, and then how your outline may lengthwise would be, or you might decide this one needs more notes or whatever the case may be
Yeah, like
because
this
it's
one. Like
different.
this particular one that I'm writing now, I needed more notes to it. I
Right,
need
than you would on a regular.
actual whole sentences. But
Right.
normally, what you saw would not be how my outlines would have been 3 words, 5 words max.
Mm-hmm.
Like I literally wrote one of my C headings was she's late,
Yeah.
and but that was all I needed.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was all I
No
needed.
more than that.
Not to that point that I knew. Oh yeah, this is the scene where she was running and her hair was crazy and this and the third and blah
Mm-mm.
blah blah. And I do that. But yeah, it's weird now that I'm thinking about it.
Hmm.
Because I've noticed on my other short story, on my short stories, I tend to make longer sentences for the outline. You
Yeah.
notice that? Because
Right.
when I did the Swimmer Boy one,
Yeah.
and that one had whole sentences too. But I got novels that don't have whole sentences for scenes.
You're like, what's going on?
That's
That's kind of
crazy. That's
funny.
like that should be the opposite.
It happens. Exactly.
So I think it's because the short stuff, I really gotta rein myself in.
Yeah.
So I have to be more like, oh yeah, remember he came there because he was doing this. Please don't go off on a tangent and do all this other stuff. He only came here to get a job. Stop,
Right.
stop talking to him.
DL said, I got the schedules done, except some windows he didn't have labeled, so still need them measured out. You know. He said, I'm going to write on Sunday. Yay. I'll
Okay.
see you at the stream then.
I'm praying that on Sunday I'll be finished this. Like I'll be using Sunday to really, tighten it up
Yeah.
because it's 22 pages right now.
Mm.
Like I hate people. Keep your hands to yourself. Damn. You know, so nobody have to write a thing out for you to tell you that you can't put your hand on other people's shirt.
Yeah, well, people don't pay attention to stuff. Hey, SD. Hi.
Hey,
Thanks for the like button. Yeah, I know. I feel you on that. We're about to close out now because 10 is the limit and we are about 10:10. So, and I got to go because I have things to do at night, surprisingly. I'm a vampire. Um, so, yeah, thank you for stopping by. Have a good night.
bye.
Alrighty. All right. So that's it for us. You can find us back here on Sunday, at 5 EDT, and we'll be doing another 4 hour sprinting session.
I may be
So,
late, but I'll be here.
oh, it's cool. No worries. No worries. Whatever time you want to get here, I will be here because I have work to do, and those are going to be my 2 days of writing because I have a lot of other stuff going on as well. So, um,
I have a meeting on Sunday, but
yeah, I figured.
could end in more enough time. But even if it does, I need to defrag.
Yeah, I feel
So
so. Yep. So, if you want to check out all the things about us, you can check the links below and check out author Aphrodite Lee's channel as well to keep up with all she has going on. Okay, and we will see you here on Sunday. Make sure you get that writing done, and if not, you can always just come on these sprints and do
and
it then. Later.